Hello there. Welcome back, everybody. How is everybody doing tonight? Good to see you. Good to see so many of you. Good to see Mr. J and Mr. Chicken coming to life. Just coming to life. Where did that come from? How many injections did that take? Wow. I mean, they're still a bit, like they are, but they really pulled some aces out of the hole here. It seems there's been a lot going on yesterday that just really pulled this case back from the edge of the cliff and tipped it into a guilty verdict that didn't even take that long. So there you go. Interesting. I haven't seen much of it. I've just been trying to catch up with the closing arguments. I think I watched both of those and the rebuttal. I also caught some text messages that were revealed. What is wrong with my mouth tonight? Some text messages that were revealed, and also new video evidence. And that's what we're going to have a look at first, right? The new video evidence that I haven't seen before. Did anyone see this? In fact, I don't even actually know at what point this was shown during the trial, but it's what we're going to have a look at right now. How do we do that? We go to Share tab, Present, Share Screen, Browse.
Next is a video starting with 3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12/29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Are you drunk right now? How about the drink? You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now. Did I not tell you to not bother me? So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
You see, straight away, she is just overselling the tough guy talk, right? For her gratification. And I think it's very worthwhile to compare Sarah Boone and her treatment of George to that of an extremely sadistic, physically and emotionally abusive parent. You know, one of those really bad cases, like what was that one that was quite recent, it was on trial. It was Shanda Vander Ark, right? Who was keeping one of her sons locked in the cupboard under the stairs with nothing to sleep on or wear, chained to the toilet, padlocks on the refrigerator, and to punish him for like trying to sneak food or something, she went onto the internet and found a hot sauce which was off the goddamn charts on the, what do you call it, the Scoville scale. Let's check out a picture of that. Scoville scale. How do we see that? Yeah, you know, the chart that's like measures the heat of a chili pepper. Yeah, this parent goes onto a special website to buy a hot sauce that isn't available in the general store because no one would fucking buy it, right? It's like almost a gimmick. It's basically the same as what the cops put into pepper spray. Look at this. So she went and she was rubbing this on the kid, on her son, on her young son, on his balls, you know? Yeah, it was way up here. So what do you got? You got cayenne, nothing. You got habanero, nothing. What's the hottest I've been? I've had Carolina Reaper. I once went into a pizza restaurant and they had a pizza there that came with a health warning because it had Carolina Reaper peppers. And I ordered it, but before I ordered it, I went to the back and I said, "Excuse me, I'd like to speak to whoever is in charge in the kitchen. Bring me the head chef." I said, "Head chef, I want to order the Carolina Reaper pizza, but before I do, I have a question for you. Is it just tomato sauce on the pizza, or is that sauce made with the Carolina Reaper peppers?" And he says, "That's just tomato sauce. We put Carolina peppers on top of the sauce." I said, "No, not today. Today you're doing it different. Today I'm here, and I'm ordering you to make the sauce out of Carolina Reaper peppers." And he said, "Are you sure about that?" I said, Don't ask me that question. Just make the food." And he went and did it. And then he brought it out to me. And I tried to eat it. I did eat it, but I was fucked. I was doubled up in agony in the restaurant on the floor, clutching my stomach like a baby that had just swallowed a load of barbed wire. And people were saying to me, "Metrix, just stop, give up." I said, never. I'm going to finish this damn thing. Must have gone through about 14 pints of milk and ice, just milk and ice. Man, what was I trying to prove? I don't know. And I'm not sure that I did. But anyway, this woman was grabbing all this hot sauce to put on her son's balls. And eventually he died of the cop goes in and says, "Yeah, your boy looks a bit thin." And she's like, "Oh, yeah, he's anorexic. He's anorexic. He's been wearing baggy clothes lately. So I didn't notice." And he's like literally skin and bones. Anyway, there's videos of her talking to her boy. And she's doing it just like Sarah Boone talks to George, just in this tone of like, "I am here to berate you. I am here to scold you because somehow that makes me feel better about myself." And that's what I equate. Even the way George is sat on the floor, he's like the kid, isn't he? He's like the boy, the son, who's being abused by this crazy parent. Yeah, she is one sick puppy. One sick puppy. Let's go and see more of that.
I have other uses and
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all? Because why?
Because why? Because why? Why did I tell you that at 9:30 to not bother me at all? Because why?
Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yeah, it really sounds like she's under the thumb, huh? Really afraid of all that abuse that he gives her, huh? He could snap at any moment, Sarah.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And
yeah, I bet you do. I bet you mark it.
What's the bottle now?
kind of to throw it out.
What does that mean?
One way drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. And then for two people to have a really good time.
Yeah, Cassie. Just tell me, Cassie. What is it? Is it like Casey as in a suitcase, or Cass as in sassy Cassie, or suitcasey Casey? Which one is it? But Casey says, "Now I feel we understand the strategy of the prosecution. Get the videos, discs in as evidence. Bish, bash, bosh, used for rebuttal. Yes, I feel if it was a strategy, I feel that the prosecution has really pulled something out of the bag. As you probably all know, I've been very worried and frustrated all through the trial. So much so, I've barely even watched it, to be honest, because what was the fucking point? But of what I've seen of the final day, all their energy went onto the final day, and they actually pulled it off. Really good job. So yeah, we're going to be going through that tonight. Closing arguments. We're going to be having a look at some of the text messages between Sarah and George, or his mother, or whatever. Then Mr. Shit, what's his name? Mr. Owens with his closing, and then the rebuttal from Mr. J with his novelty tie. What is the deal with that tie? What is that? Fraggle Rock or something? What was that, a gift for him from his wife? And she's like, "Oh, are you going to wear the tie? Are you going to wear the tie today? You haven't worn it all trial. Are you going to wear it for you've been saving it for the final day, the one I got for you? You're going to wear that tie today?" And he's looking at her just going, "Oh, fucking hell, I don't want to, you know? It's a joke tie that makes me look like a 4-year-old boy. Okay? Yes, I'll put it on. Fine."
And you say, I want to document that I'm leaving you, which means that
Carrie Brooke loves Mr. J's tie, everybody. I just wanted to make that public. Okay, but it looked good on you, Carrie. You know, I think you should put it on Bagel. Get Bagel a Fraggle Rock tie for Christmas and take pictures and send them to us.
You're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
I'm leaving you, which means you're leaving. Is that what she said? This is my house. You know, this whole thing about it being Sarah's house, you know. George, bless him, probably just needed somewhere to live. You know, probably only drank so he could tone her out completely. Because she just goes on and on like this. Look at this. Talk about that. They call that a vicious cycle, okay?
I want to document that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out. And the reason why you were downstairs and we enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone, so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And
oh yeah, I can't wait to hear about your first day at work. You know, what did you do? Learn how to stack the napkins in the dispensers? Wow. Okay. So you fold them in like one at a time, right? Fascinating.
I'm 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine. You don't bother me or anything. So sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me. I tell you about my first day at work.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing smooth. Not just, first day at work. So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the fourth highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the fourth highest paid baseball player that's a client of ours. Why would I give a fuck about that? Tell me how you stack the napkins in the dispensers. That's what I'm here to learn.
I'm not starstruck. I don't even know who the guy is. I don't need. So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car, midway sentence, because you're not into baseball.
No, I didn't say.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs.
Okay, yeah. I know.
I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No,
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing this like.
I don't do special things for people like you. You know what else this is like? This is like one of those fucking teachers, right? That doesn't understand that you've got problems. And they think you're being insolent, right? or like those fuckers that work with in like care homes that abuse the patients. It's like that. Do not give this woman a job in a care home.
To me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning, I wanted to be asleep.
All I can say is I hope she runs into a badass in prison, in real prison. Now that she's out of county, going to the big house, huh? Yeah, I hope she runs into someone who knows how to use a shank.
To stay asleep, which is why I got in bed at 8:30. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much is alcohol. I know how much is in. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
I'm not despicable.
She actually sounds nicer when she's completely drunk, right? This tone, this totally dick tone. I can smell you in the bed. What is she doing this for? It's not to show him. It's not to show anyone else. She wants to watch this back because she feels like the big boss, right?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're not gonna remember shit. Okay. I'm not. Get away from me. Get away from me. You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain. Keep going. And I dare you.
He's totally passive. I mean, he's probably just woken up and is completely loaded, but he's totally passive. He just wants to be left alone and stop being yelled at, right? He's just like a 12-year-old boy.
I dare you.
Apart from he's a bit too thin.
I dare you. You get on your fucking little light and you go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of
Here.
here. I dare you. Yep, look at it. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Nobody's doing that.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing that. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing that.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, you're malfunctioning.
She could so easily go into her room right now and close the door. Okay, all the locks are busted, whatever. Close the door. He's going to go downstairs. He just wants to be left alone, right? He doesn't understand why he's being yelled at, right? And the prosecution, the defense pointed to that segment of the video where he says, "Get the fuck out of here," or something like that. And they said, "See? Did you see him switch? Did you see him flick that switch?" He's not doing anything.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole reason of the hearing. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe, like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
This is another thing she does, right? She's well aware of how much she drinks. And on some subconscious level, she knows that that's fucked up, her relationship with alcohol. It might be so far beyond from her consciousness to admit it or to acknowledge it or whatever. But on some deep subconscious level, she knows that it's fucked up. And she, bashes him. "You reek of alcohol. It's disgusting." She's, by putting the focus of her anger about it on him and his smell and relationship with alcohol and all the rest of it, it's like, what do you call it? Shifting the target, reassigning the issue or something, when it's really an internal thing. Yeah, she was pissed that he drank all the vodka. She probably woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to have, 6 or 7 drinks, and it was all gone. So she made a video about it. Well, boo-hoo.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
Yeah, Christina, I still don't think that there's any premeditation at all, but there wasn't any premeditation with that Shanda Vander Ark that killed her son after rubbing Carolina Reaper Scoville level 15 million on his balls and starving him to death. But the inevitable happened and he did starve to death. So she very slowly killed him. And the same is happening here. This is the relationship here. Sarah is the kind of abusive parent that just goes to the level of sadism, a need to take out all your dissatisfaction of your own shitbox life by fucking berating and abusing the person that's within your 4 walls, the weakest thing within your 4 walls, the thing that you can do in private, right? This is the same thing we see with those parents that get so sick on the abuse with those kids that die, right? Which happens a lot. How many cases are there like that where there's this horrific child death from abusive parents? It's unbelievable. There's like whole playlists, and you just go, how often is this happening? And why aren't there better safeguards for it? It takes a village. People need to keep an eye on their neighbors. Check people out. Feel the vibe. You know, you could say, oh, but Metrix, those people are so good at having two faces, one to the public and one to the child that they're killing slowly. But, you know, I think there's always there's just a vibe. Test your intuition. Yeah, it is definitely Buy Me a Coffee month, right in Shotgun. Head over to buymeacoffee.com. In fact, we are actually drinking coffee right now at at 19 minutes to 1 in the morning. This is the first cup of the evening, but I think we'll have another because we got to stay awake. It's been a few days. There's a lot to get through tonight. We've got to do so much.
Next video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
And I'm not gonna have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? So it's gonna be a good day. Yes, I'm messing my mustache right now. And later on, everything's gonna go off. Truth, facts. Truth and facts. All of this is going to be mentioned later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens.
Did everyone see George's brother in court yesterday? And the first thought I had was, my God, doesn't he look so similar to George? Then I realized he was wearing an Ace Hardware t-shirt. What is the deal with that? I think we've discovered why George lost his job. I believe that he was fired for stealing boxes and boxes of Ace Hardware t-shirts to give to his family. You go around their house, everyone's in an Ace Hardware t-shirt. His mother is making the living room curtains, stitching together Ace Hardware patchwork, Ace. It's just all over the throw cushions, Ace Hardware t-shirt, pillows. What is the deal with that? Is that a conscious thing? Is he doing that out of support for George or the hardware shop or what? Or is he now got a job at Ace? Is he handing them out outside the court? Show support for George. Wear an Ace shirt. I bought these.
Love y'all. We're watching this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's approved.
The FDA. What is the FDA? We got to look it up.
So it's going to be okay all day.
Yes, it is. Even when I shave all of
All
this.
day.
Yes. Even when I shave all of this.
All day.
It's going to be amazing.
Food and Drug Administration. Okay, well, that makes more sense. The Florida Department of Agriculture.
It's what time right now?
It's your boy,
9:30. 7 o'clock, maybe.
It's your boy. That's what we're going later on. It's your boy. You can stop filming now.
Not good enough.
It's gonna be a great day. Today is a great day to have a great day. Run.
I'd say he's about 4 to 5 drinks in right now. He's in a good place. But Sarah, she's either not had enough or already had too much. There's that real sweet spot with people that drink this much, right? It's 4, 5, maybe 6 drinks, keeping it merry, keeping it happy. Then we head into 7, 8, 9. We get into the danger zone, and then anything past that is just trouble. Yeah. Let's see where Sarah's at. And what do we think in the comments, guys, from this video? Has Sarah had too much already or not enough yet?
See that?
Well, we'll apply the same game to the next video. That was a very short one.
Next file, image_093.mov. Metadata date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
Yeah, that's great, Mr. J. But what we really want to know is where you got that tie and why you're wearing it in court. It should be on a cat called Bagel. I mean, you know, what is that? How are you think the jury's going to take you serious when you're wearing a Fraggle Rock tie?
It's switch 13 and I asked him not to play music. Because I told him that I was going to go to shit.
We hear a bit of George's music here that makes Sarah, quote unquote, fractious. And I can see why, actually. I don't like this kind of shit either. I really don't understand. Why would the fuck would anyone listen to that out of choice? You've got the entire internet, any song you want at your fingertips, and you put this on. What is that?
Next file is img_0975.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
Time.
Oh, I think there's more of Sarah in this one. So this is the game, guys. We have to say, has she had not enough yet or too much already? Because even with angry, berating bitch woman Sarah, there's a sweet spot. 4 to 5, maybe 6 drinks. She's probably really fun. You know, for 20 minutes. And then the sweet spot's over.
How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that. Whatever. I want to listen to this every single day. Beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you looking at tonight?
Yes.
Hey, thank you, Michelle. M Skate with the coffee. Buymeacoffee.com. Thank you so much, Michelle.
I promise you, I used to
Go for a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No,
Go for a walk.
I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much like this.
Don't ever be a woman.
How can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can, some will understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand. somewhat understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from.
I'd say she's had too much already. We've gone past the sweet spot. There's no more sweet spot here.
But when you have a child, and it's like right now, this is too much. But we had a blast with them. Amazing.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and he stole my phone and called Greg.
Why is it that I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed you. I didn't push you. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You did too much, and you're upset.
Thanks so much.
Go get your fuck-tard shit.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper.
She was living in fear, ladies and gentlemen. She knew that if she let him out of that suitcase, she would die. At his wrath, the repeated wrath. It was self-defense.
Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. Where are you going with this? Tell me where you have off. Okay. You can film me, take a picture, whatever you want.
You're
I'm not
do
doing
No,
anything to you.
No, I never do.
I'm not doing anything to you. Sarah.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Sarita, that's my name. Don't wear it out, huh? I knew she said that all the time. Okay, let's have a look at something else. Let's go to some text messages, guys. Text messages read out in court, huh? How about that? Yeah, very 80s. What? Sarah's don't wear it out thing. It's on the same level as talk to the hand because the face don't want to hear it anymore. You know, it's that stuff that somehow is in people's memories, and it used to be said, and it even used to be like cool and edgy, but now it's embarrassing. But not for Sarah. No, for Sarah it's still hot.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, you all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if I could see those hands, you complied with the instructions during that really short break. The record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Permission to publish from States 21, which was previously marked as P for identification.
You may proceed, sir.
Again, this is a DVD exhibit with two folders in the main directory. One,
Yeah, tell me and we'll both know. I kind of like that one though, right in. Tell me and we'll both know.
entry is in a folder called attachments. Another is a PDF labeled extraction.
Oh man, I tell you, okay, I'm trying to give these prosecutors a break today because they do come out with some good burners, but I still find their voices pretty boring. And the only thing that could even increase the level of boredom is when Mr. J is reading out file names and folder structures. Yes, the first one is in a folder called Applications. And in Applications, there's a subfolder called Documents. And if we click on Documents, we get a file that is img_8132.movie.
188 pages, and the entire document will go back to the jury, and there will be a laptop provided to them to utilize the exhibit. For purposes of publication, I'm going to go by page number and date unless something requires more specificity. And for to and from, I'm going to just use the name of the contact if one exists or the phone number if one doesn't. On page 1, creation time for notes, 7:49.
What the hell is this, Nola? Nola says, heard neighbors party last night, 6 p.m. music, laughing. 10 p.m. music, group urging of skull drink with screeching by females. Midnight, males yelling and women screeching. 2 a.m., police sirens. Where the hell do you live? And what is a skull drink? What is that? What is that? Are they drinking out of a skull? I don't know.
Asking Jorge or George not to be despicable to me, making more drink after he guzzled his, and I shared mine.
Oh, they're always on about sharing their drinks, aren't they? Yeah, he guzzled the whole thing, and then I shared mine with his. But I'm going to hold that over him for the next decade. Remember when you guzzled? You guzzled your drink, and then I shared my guzzle goo with your drink. 100% right. You'll be sitting with at dinner with Sarah, and she'll finish her glass of wine, and you will have only drank half of yours, and she will go to refill both glasses to the exact equal level.
Page 2, date March 8th, 2018. You are now in a relationship with Jorge or George on Facebook. Metadata entry 100014, etc. for Jorge Torres to Sarah Boone, owner. Page 3, May 21st, 2019, from 407-716-8684 to Melissa, and he can still live.
Hey, what's this with the sound, guys? Is it on the my voice or the video playing? Let's try and fix that. Where is it coming from, though?
Here, correct, or until I decide to finally get him out if he doesn't clean up his act after tomorrow.
Okay, so if I pause it, it's clean audio now. Well, there's a bit of background noise on the video, but not much. What are you describing here? Am I the only one getting a weird reverberation and an echo on the sound? Let's see if this fixes it.
From a contact labeled as Mom, Paren, Jorge, or George.
Was that better? Yeah, Derek, I just tried hitting the mute button. Let's try it again.
407-716-8684, which I will just refer to as owner in future.
So is that better now, guys? Man, I'm going to have to multitask now. God damn it. Let's have a look in settings. Echo cancellation is on. Or I could put headphones on. Let's try that.
References Where is my clippers in the gray box? From owner to mom Jorge, all capital, dumpster, message, like you, separate message, so is your two shirts, separate message, no more Rick and Morty, a response from contact mom Jorge to owner, okay. From owner to mom Jorge, Lucas cried when I saw the adventure fund was gone. Thank you. No wonder you're out. Fuck off. From owner, he's the one that broke it because you took it. From owner, wanted to go on an adventure. On to page 10. From owner, be proud, feel good. You made my, quote unquote, our son cry. Cheese stick, Lucas, your kids, get the fuck out of my life and my sons. No one, spinster, good, for nothing, dumpster diver, that's what you are, and the rest of you. Later on the same page, owner to mom Jorge, get all of you.
Hello.
Mean, selfish, fuck all you.
Hello.
Your firstborn is a joke. Going on to page 11, same date of May 30th,
Hello.
2019. From owner to mom Jorge,
Hello.
get the fuck out of my life. Lucas 2, bad influence. From Jorge to owner, I am, as you can see, go drink your life away. From owner to mom Jorge, you are
Okay, but now how is the levels? Let's
Yuck.
get this. Let's fine tune this
I
here.
only have
I'm
one.
gonna turn this up.
Beaters, your three together. Yuck.
So, if I pause that, is my voice the same level as the video voice? Is it good? I mean, I can turn it up or down. I could turn the microphone down like this. Hello, 1 2 testing 1 2, or I could turn it up like this. 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Let's put it in the middle. Oh, you like? I've just moved the level, Derek. So let's try that again. Okay, this is me. 1 2. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to go.
Going on to page 12, from owner to mom Jorge, still dated 5/30,
Is that good? Good blend?
2019. Gross, and all the time, gross. Mom Jorge to owner, I love that guy. You're the one who kicked me out. Owner to Jorge, mom, finally, get your shot together and check me out in 2 to 3 months. Hope you're there. Unless I find someone better. Shit. Together. From mom Jorge to owner, are you serious? Owner to mom Jorge, that's what happens? No. Mom Jorge to owner, I'm helping out dad right now. Call you in a few. Owner to mom Jorge, can you help me put out? Fuck off. Jorge, mom to owner, how? No problem. From 267-216-5170 to owner, damn, you can only talk when you're drunk and talking shit. Owner to the previously mentioned 267 number, stop calling, texting my phone. He's not here anymore. And it's damn. 267 number to owner, NP, you didn't have to be a bitch about it. Owner to 267.
What is NP?
Going on to page 13. Still May 30th, 2019. Yo, I like you all. He's a dick and the sheriff just left. Sorry I couldn't text back. I'll always respect you all. You know that. He's not here anymore.
Well, thank you, Carrie. We just need a big fat contract from Pixar. Yeah, I want to replace Tom Hanks in Toy Story 19 or whatever. What number is it now?
Yes, I am a bitch. So are you. 267 to owner. Look, I'm not here to be taking shots at you. I never called you a bitch. I said you were acting like one. I'm not going to be here going back and forth on some.
Yeah, I didn't call you a bitch. I said you were acting like a fucking bitch.
Childish shit.
Love it when people say that, you know. Like that makes any difference. No, I didn't call you a bitch. I said you were acting like a fucking bitch.
Have a good night. Owner to the 267 number. Friends forever. Thank you.
Well, you still got an echo in court? That's impossible. I've got headphones on, so it's not from the microphone because there's nothing playing in the room. Let me just double check that.
You would love.
Yeah, there's nothing playing in the room.
To chat sometime. Call his parents, I guess.
But maybe we can skip this. Anyway, should we go and have some closing argument? We've got Mr. Chicken Cacciatore up first. Well, we could go through the jury instructions. It's a little lengthy. I mean, should we do that? I don't know. I did find it quite interesting, but I don't know if we need to all go through it together. Got a few arguments here. That was also quite good. But I think we need to keep the pace. And there is quite a bit to get through, so got to pick the it's after the lunch break, right?
Per verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. 3.11, cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is...
Oh, and just one more thing, guys. When I was just trying to turn up the volume on the headphones, I accidentally messed with the level of the microphone. So please, if my microphone needs turning up or down, so it's nice with the video, please let me know.
Is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. 2.7, closing argument. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. With that, state, you may proceed.
It's a suitcase, for one. I thought he was going to put the box on the podium and let the box give the closing argument. It might have been more interesting. We might have been able to follow along without falling asleep. This is a box. It's a suitcase. We've all been calling it a suitcase, okay? It was in a box, and now it's the suitcase is out of the box. Let the box do the talking. Hey, Soap, shut up.
This is the box where George Torres was killed.
Gary says, when Mr. Chicken started with that, she thought we were done for. This is a box. Oh, I want to hear it again. I want to hear it again. I love the way he carries it over, really theatrical as well, like building suspense, lays it on the ground, walks beside it and says, this is a box. It's a suitcase.
This is a box. This is the box where George Torres was killed. It's a small box, 28 by 20 by 8 7/8 inches. George Torres was zipped up in this box.
Nola Vine says, sorry to interrupt the closing statement, Mr. Chicken, but Nola Vine says, I wonder if Sarah will be making Lou Brew once she hits the big house. Well, people have been talking about that in county, you know, and it was all kind of said a bit tongue-in-cheek, like maybe that she wasn't drinking toilet wine. But I could tell you now, if it was available, which it was in county, she was drinking it. And it probably tasted better than fucking Woodbridge Chardonnay, right? Yeah, there's no way that she's if other people are making and drinking toilet wine wherever Sarah is, she's having it. For sure. 100%. There's not a doubt in my mind. You know, and her skin hasn't cleared up too well. And at her age, I don't expect it will ever. You know, there's not enough flex left in that skin to bounce back after the years of alcohol abuse. But, you know, even so, 5 years without touching a drop, you'd think she'd look a bit better than she does now. But, you know, the toilet wine that she's been guzzling down on in jail, she probably drinks it and then drinks her own piss after drinking it. You know? Oh man, she's one sick lady. Thanks so much, Victoria Girl, for the super duper sticker.
George Torres took his last panicked breaths in this box. The medical examiner explained to us that with each breath George Torres took in, there was less oxygen in this box. George Torres was murdered in this box. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, my trial partner, we thank you for your time inattention in this most important.
My trial partner? Okay, you mean co-counsel? Like, what the fuck? On behalf of myself and my trial partner, buddy, Mr. J.
Of trials. We now have
It's co-counsel, am I right?
the law from the judge in this case. This is what our duty is to follow. And let's have a discussion regarding that law that we've just been read and given.
Yeah, no guy should ever own a beige suit. Well, definitely not if they're going out for spaghetti, you know? Which is probably all Mr. Chicken eats, is just a big old plate of spaghetti.
The first section of note we're going to come to is called Introduction to Homicide. But this being a legal document written by a bunch of lawyers who you've seen for the last 2 weeks arguing with each other, pay careful attention to ands and ors. Remember, if an and is somewhere, we're going to need both things or all the things, and if an or...
And an ors. Yeah, did you hear the judge earlier say that he was a big fan of the Oxford comma? I bet, you know. Well, there's a time and a place for everything, you know. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Is there, then only one of those things we're going to need. So as we start out here on Introduction to Homicide, we come to the first section on Justifiable homicide. And it reads, the killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant or to commit a felony.
Let's read this out ourselves so we don't, you know, sometimes I just tune him out completely because his voice just has this frequency. Maybe mine does too. I mean, you know, who am I to judge? Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. That last one I don't really get, right? Because dealing crack would be a felony, right? So if you're dealing crack in my dwelling house, does that give me the right to murder you as a justifiable homicide? I just, you know, all the effort that goes into making law clear and, you know, stating it in a way that it shouldn't have any ambiguity to it. It should just be a, you know, sentence with meaning that has no room for interpretation, stating the law, right? And I read this and it says, okay, let's read the whole thing again. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. So it just says felony on that second clause, right? Any felony. What's the lowest form of a felony? So if you're committing any felony in my dwelling house, doesn't have to put me in danger of losing my life or having grievous bodily harm or anything, right? It just says felony. Any felony that you're committing in my house, I have the right to kill you? That just doesn't seem like that. It seems unlikely that that would be the result of the statement, right? But yet there's certainly room to interpret it as such. So I think that should go back and be rewritten and make it more fucking clear.
In any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this section is completely
Self-defense, Vivian and Cassie. Well, yeah, I mean, but it just said felony as a second clause. See it one more time. Or to commit a felony in any dwelling. So it's not relating to any self-defense here. It's like point 1. If necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant. That's point 1. Or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. I mean, I suppose it must mean in self-defense, but the words on the paper don't make that clear. And law is supposed to be crystal clear.
This section is completely,
especially with something that involves death and murder and all the rest of it. I mean, that really should be tidied up.
inapplicable. It's inapplicable.
Oh, absolutely, Cassie. There's no way that she was justified at all. And, I don't know, some of you might have caught me on the show the other day. What was it called? It was a channel called The Defense Rests. And it was through one of our moderators, Udi, who connected me with this streamer down in Australia, because we might have similar views about the Sarah Boone case. But I was really surprised to find out that this streamer, Jody, was of the belief that Sarah did fear, the whole nature of her defense was that she was worried that if she let him out, George would kill her. She'd really gone for that, and I never have. Yeah, I think I should explain where I'm at, because I've been all over the place with this case. I've been over here, over there. I don't think I've ever sat through a case where I've had less consistency in my opinion throughout. I mean, it's always pretty much based around the same thing, but at no point have I ever bought into this thing that she was in any fear whatsoever about George attacking her or killing her. Not at all. Not at all. But this person, Jody, really was. And that's fine. We don't all need to agree, and I like the diversity of opinions. But yeah, as far as it being justified, no, certainly not in the terms of what her defense was. I still think it would have been better for her not to go down the spousal defense route and just tell the truth. Tell the truth that you were in I mean, after these later videos, I've been thinking that they both kind of drank a lot and were mean to each other and beat each other and all the rest of it. But seeing these latest videos come out of Sarah videotaping George at the top of the stairs, it seems very clear that it was a one-way abuse situation and that George was the victim, and trapped by his attachment to alcohol and his lack of emotional identity, to see what kind of a situation, what kind of a horror show he was being in. I mean, he really should have just gone to his parents' house like he did multiple occasions. I mean, I think that was all when Sarah kicked him out. he probably counted that as a defeat, right? And the only way he knew how to get out of that defeat was to go back to her. That's a sad story. But no, she's not justified in any sense. The best justification she had, and I'll underline it when we get to the defense closing argument, because he brings it up, and really he should have made that point hit home all the way. There should have been a big PowerPoint slide with that point written on it, but we'll discuss that when we get to the defense's argument. Back to Mr. Chicken.
Because George Torres was zipped up in that suitcase. He couldn't commit or attempt to commit a murder on anybody. He couldn't even scratch his own head while he was in.
He couldn't scratch his own head. Oh, that's another first for me. I've never seen a prosecution team like this, where they have these weird ways of making their point. Right? He couldn't even scratch his own head. You know, he had an itch. He tried to scratch his head and he couldn't do it. He didn't even have that satisfaction before he died. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, think back to when you had a scratchy, itchy head. And imagine your handcuffs, your hands handcuffed behind your back and you can't scratch your head. What the hell is he talking about?
Suitcase. Next, we turn to excusable homicide. Here we have several paragraphs. And it reads, the killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and in misfortune.
Carrie makes a good point, which is pretty aligned with where I'm at with the whole thing. If she had admitted from day one that she was at fault and it was an accident and shown any remorse, it may have gone differently, but not with those videos. Yeah, well, the videos, it would, it certainly would have given her a better chance, but the slightest amount of digging to show the repeat abuse that she was putting him under, just the general vibe, I think, would be enough to ask questions. And that shows it, when they get to the whole thing about a depraved heart or whatever it is, a depraved whatever, they'll get to it.
Doing any lawful act by lawful means, usual, ordinary caution, and without any unlawful intent. Well, the problem in this circumstance for the defendant is that she took the law into her own hands. Her testimony was that when George Torres was in here, he was laughing and giggling and they were joking. And then he started to complain that he couldn't breathe. And that's when she said that she wanted him to stay in there so he could feel uncomfortable. So he could feel her grievances. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not lawful. That is not the use of ordinary caution. And that is not applicable in this circumstance. Second, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. George Torres couldn't provoke anything. from his circumstance. George Torres was confined to this box. Next, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, a dangerous weapon is not used, the killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. Well, this fails on 2 counts. There was no sudden combat. In her words, this was laughing and joking and we're all having fun, but she decides that it's going to get a little extra real for George Torres. And it fails on the 2nd count because George Torres was killed in a cruel and unusual manner. Next, we turn to our main charge of 2nd degree murder. The law informs us that to prove the crime of 2nd degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think it's important to stop right here. This sentence right here is telling us what has to be proven in order for the crime of 2nd degree murder.
It's quite effective how he's going through the paper and crossing things off. I like that. The video buffered or something here. It's frozen. Let's skip ahead.
Conclusively proves each of those elements beyond all doubt. As to the first fact, that George Torres is dead, well, we have
Patricia Burns, welcome back, Patricia Burns.
Speculation, amongst other things, that agrees to that. As to the second fact, the death was caused by Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone.
Yeah, but if you put that suit on Dustin Hoffman, he'd pull it off. That guy actually does look good in a cream suit. Let me see if I can find a picture of Dustin Hoffman in a cream suit.
Words from the time that this case began on February 23rd, 2020, to when she took the witness stand a few days ago was consistent about one statement. She zipped him up. She didn't zip him out. She zipped him up in the suitcase, and she refused to zip him out.
Zip him out? It's unzip him, man. Maybe that's what he says to his meth dealer. You got anything that's going to really zip me out? You know, what about those Xanax? Have you got any Xanax that'll just zip me out?
3, there was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life.
Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of kettle boiling noise because we're gonna have our second cup of coffee at 1:35 a.m. Can you imagine? We must be crazy. We'll never get to sleep like this. But if you want to buy us a coffee for tomorrow, guys, please do head over to buymeacoffee.com and buyusacoffee.com. Support the channel. And what else have we got? Patreon memberships. Now, if anyone wants anything in particular on Patreon, are people members of other Patreon communities? I mean, what should we be doing on Patreon? What would be an example of members-only content? Because we're ready to go. We've got everything set up, and we just want to please our members. So, members and people yet to become members, what do you want or expect from Patreon membership? You know, we've got the merch discounts. We've got other stuff. We're sharing fantastic documents on there. But what, please let us know if there's any requests. Send us an email to truecrimemetrics@gmail.com. And let us know. Let us know what you would like. And also become a member on buymeacoffee.com. Fantastic buymeacoffee.com memberships are now available. Look, there's a big, big sign to say, everybody, go to buymeacoffee.com and buyusacoffee.com, or YouTube memberships. Get your star on your name, fantastic recognition, social networks in the description, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Discord. Fantastic Discord. What else have we got? Merch! Buy the merch. Look at the merch. Share the merch. And purchase the merch. We've got cups, we've got t-shirts, we've got hoodies, we've got fantastic stickers now. Stickers in the merch shop. We've got Judge Everett, we've got camping cups, ceramic cups, phone covers, every color, every size. Judge Everett blankets. Buy me a pillow. Buymeapillow.com. Judge Everett pillows. And stickers. Look at that fantastic sticker. What a fantastic sticker. Judge Everett slept like a baby. You could get that right now and stick it on anything you want. You could stick that on your car and drive to Leon County Courthouse and just drive around the town, hoping that one day Judge Everett will be behind you and see the sticker of his face looking back at him, and he'll say, "Holy shit, is that me?" How great would that be? Jail sucks, everybody. Jail sucks. You're either stupid or you're lying. I mean, what a great message to put out there, to put out to your co-workers, to put out to your family members, to put out to your wife, to put out to your husband, your girlfriends, your dog, your priest. Wear that to Sunday Mass. You're either stupid or you're lying. Okay, fantastic shirts, guys. Fantastic shirts. Metrix logos, aprons, facial coverings. Did you call the police? I need to redo this one. I'm just not happy with that one. We did sell a couple of this one, but I think it could be better. I think we could make that a lot better. And do you think Dan Rashbaum's going to catch wind of this and sue us? Well, you're not going to get much out of me, man. Don't be an Adelson. Don't be an Adelson. Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want a Don't Be an Adelson sticker? Look, you've got the whole gang. Wendy, Charlie, Harvey, Donna. Don't Be an Adelson stickers.com, and mugs. And but don't be fooled, because they come in a range of colors. Yeah, buymeacoffee.com. Head over to buymeacoffee.com and buyusacoffee.com. Look, there you go. You just head over to buymeacoffee.com, link in the description. You click there and you buy us a cup of coffee, or however many you feel comfortable with, to support the channel. Thank you very much, guys. We still got audio on that video? Oh, thanks so much, Nola, but we don't have PayPal. It was way too complicated to set up outside of the US. But maybe I should get on that and try and work it out, because a couple of people have asked, hey, do you have a PayPal? Because we'll send you a donation on PayPal. But we don't like all this coffee shit and this Patreon shit. But, really, they are the leading places, especially buymeacoffee.com. Very simple, very simple, very simple. Oh, no audio. No audio. Thank you, Brian. Okay, we need to remove, present, share it again. Sometimes that happens when we switch tabs.
An act is imminently dangerous to another in demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or a series of acts that one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably so.
Thanks so much, DB's registered nurse 3. That is very much appreciated and very generous. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
To kill or do serious bodily harm to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself displays an indifference to human life. Ladies and gentlemen, her conduct fits every one of those things. And if there was a scintilla of doubt that this was not the actions of a depraved mind, I point to you, ING 1062, it states 17. Mr. J, may you publish?
Oh, thanks so much, DBs. I excel at everything t-shirt. That is worthy of going on the list. This list is growing by the day, folks. We've got how many on this list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got about 32 old ideas already. But I excel at everything is going on there for sure. Thank you, DBs. That is a good one. Yeah. Brackets, Sarah Boone. Like I need to remember, like I need to remind myself of that. We all know. Yeah, I need to get back on knocking the t-shirts out, get through this list. But we've been working on the fantastic True Crime Metrix website, folks. Website. Yeah, I think it's going to be a hit. You know, it's amazing how much we can do on there. You know, we're working on all sorts of things to just collect the data that we all love to look at and see in a really good format. Anyway, more to come on that. It's going to take me maybe another couple of weeks to get it in a position where it's public, and then we're going to be growing it over time. Look forward to it.
States 17.
For everything you've done to me. Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Sarah. Yeah, that's when you do and shake me, Sarah.
Right, I think some of George's family are just going to run out of the courtroom crying now. That must be his mum, right? And that's his dad there, is it? Could be. Ace! Look at it. Product placement. Everyone go to Ace. Everyone go to Ace tomorrow and buy a brand new hammer. Sarah Boone doesn't even turn around, just looks forward, taking her notes, right?
Sarah, I can't breathe it.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real ransom. And now you want to give it for it extra.
Yeah, his poor mother, right? Who said that? Rise of Phoenix. Heartbreaking. But the defense, did you see the defense in closing argument tried to say this was a stunt? They tried to distract the jury and cause highlight their emotional distress to sway their verdict. Can you imagine? He called for a mistrial because of that. And just think about that. He was trying to get the judge to throw out the case because the mother had an emotional thing and left the courtroom. So if the judge had allowed for that and granted a mistrial, the mother would feel like she caused that mistrial and prevented justice for her son. That's what the defense was asking the judge to do. Cause a mistrial, declare a mistrial, and basically blame the mother's emotions. Imagine that. It was quickly denied, by the way, but we'll get to that.
Here we got this.
Sarah.
Real ransom.
Sarah. I can't breathe it.
Oh. That's what I was like when you chewing on me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
can't breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
And, obviously he does say that he can't breathe. And there is some urgency in his voice. But if I'm playing devil's advocate, it doesn't quite yet sound like an absolute emergency. Yes, he does sound somewhat panicked, but it could be consistent with just being uncomfortable in a small space. And again, just devil's advocate, I don't know if it were me in Sarah's shoes, if I would realize, even with his declaring that he can't breathe, even though that he's trapped, I don't know if I would absolutely look at this picture and think, if I leave him in there all night, he's going to die. Come to that conclusion. Obviously, looking at it now and knowing that the bag has got a layer, waterproof layer and stuff like that to stop the oxygen, Yes, okay, it makes sense, but in the moment, I would look at it as a cloth bag. I would have probably thought that air would pass in and out of that bag. I mean, maybe that's naive.
Ladies and gentlemen, that exhibit removes any scintilla of doubt about the depravity of the defendant's actions. But we know from the evidence that this was not the first time she had considered killing George Torres.
Yeah, Karen, what does it tell you? What is this? Just the fact that you are not moved with George saying he cannot breathe tells me a lot about you, Metrix. Really? Well, your statement tells me a lot about you, but I'm not that interested.
We know from the evidence that on January 13th, 2020, approximately 1 month prior to George Torres' murder, the defendant had a text message conversation. Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him. Then I'll be better.
Oh, this is funny. Let's just go back a second.
And all.
So Brian is saying, please do something with yourself, Sarah.
January 13th, 2020, approximately 1 month prior to George Torres' murder, the defendant had a text message conversation. Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless.
Yeah, Cassie. I was playing devil's advocate. What clued you in? Was it the twice that I said playing devil's advocate, or are you just clairvoyant over here?
Bless you. Bless you and all of you too.
And bless you and all of you too. Is she saying that because Brian's a little on the heavy side? And bless you and all of you too, and all of your Mountain Dew. You know, your great big stash of 50,000 gallons of Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Bless them all.
I'll get rid of him. Then I'll be better.
Or is it a sex thing, like bless you and all of you, including the fun parts of you, or what? Is that what it is? What do people think? Is she saying bless you and all of you too because he's big, or is she referring to his fun stuff?
Torres.
I am actually curious about what people think about that in the comments. Is it because he's big, or is she saying that about his fun stuff?
But ladies and gentlemen, in this case, the law actually specifically tells us.
So okay, hang on. Carrie Brooks says it was Sarah texting Mose, the brother. Brian's name shows because he's the phone account holder. Ah, okay. So she's saying all of you as in the rest of the family then, I guess.
That the intent to cause death is not necessary. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death.
Carrie, it's so good to have you here to rein in some of this insanity. I know you've been following the trial a lot closely, more closely than I have. But it's been well, until this last day, it was such a disappointment for me that I was so sad to watch it, because I couldn't believe that it was such an anticlimax. Maybe you should take over, Carrie.
Next, we turn. I'm going to bypass the lesser included offenses because though she is guilty of those offenses as well, the law instructs us that she is to be convicted of for the highest offense in which the evidence supports, which is second-degree murder in this case. So turning our attention towards voluntary intoxication. If there was any question about the fact that Sarah imbibed alcohol on the night that George Torres was murdered, and that maybe somehow that would excuse the conduct or be some type of defense for the conduct. Well, this tells us that that's not the case. Voluntary intoxication.
Yeah, those suit sleeves. I mean, it's like he's got a big woolly jumper on under his suit jacket, right? Like, did you ever do that where you need to, you've only got your suit jacket, but it's freezing outside, so you put on a hoodie under it or something, and then you've got these huge arms? Someone said he does only bicep curls when he goes to the gym. That's all he does. I mean, I thought it was maybe where he stashes his drugs, you know? So when the cops pat him down going into the courthouse, it just feels like a big arm, right? Like, hey, yeah, another big day at the gym. Another big day at the gym, yeah. Empty my pockets, no problem, no problem. They just never pat him down on his arms, right? They just think he's buff.
That's not the case. Voluntary intoxication resulting from the use of alcohol is not a defense to a crime. Evidence of a defendant's voluntary intoxication may not be taken into consideration to show that she lacked the specific intent to commit any crime. A person is voluntarily intoxicated if he or she knowingly consumed a substance that he or she knew or should have known could cause intoxication. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to second-degree murder, manslaughter, or culpable negligence. Ladies and gentlemen, there's ample evidence.
Well, that clause of the law really drew a line under that, didn't it? Yeah. Not a defense, Sarah. Sorry.
Of the defendant's intoxication, from watching her on the public surveillance, buying the bottles of wine with George Torres, to her admissions to drinking, to her voice that we heard on the video while she was torturing George Torres. Next, we come to defenses. First, we come to the justifiable use of deadly force. It tells us it is a defense to the crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and culpable negligence if the actions of Sarah Boone were justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Sarah Boone does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find Sarah Boone guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sarah Boone was not justified in using deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Sarah Boone was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary.
Ha! Cassie, it's now 1 o'clock in the morning. Is that right? You're on GMT, right? Okay. Well, I guess we got an extra hour in tonight, folks. Happy New Year.
To prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Sarah Boone had no duty to retrieve. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Owens will rise, and he is going to show you this. And this. And this.
Oh, so it is Casey. And is it Jakobsen or Jacobson? You have two names that are ambiguous. Lucky me.
And he's going to talk, and this as well, about the list of grievances.
Okay, Jacobson. So it's Casey Jacobson. Got it. Okay.
That Sarah Boone had for George Torres. He's going to talk to you about curtain rods. He's going to talk to you about black eyes.
Is that black eye real?
He's going to talk to you about black.
And it just looks like a panda face paint for a children's birthday. No swelling.
Eyes. He's going to talk to you about what an awful, awful boyfriend George Torres was.
I love it when he
To
pulls out the big picture of Sarah's face like it's a giant, a horrible giant with a bad intent.
He's going to talk to you about what an awful, awful
Hey, KLK, how you doing?
boyfriend George Torres was. And ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, I noticed the weird vest waistcoat thing, KLK. It's sort of rounded. You know, usually a waistcoat will close at a point, like a John Travolta widow's peak, right? But Mr. Chicken's jacket, it's sort of rounded at the bottom. It's like a girdle. Like maybe it's a weightlifter's girdle that he just, forgot to take off.
the end of all of that, it still will not change the fact that the defendant is not entitled to the justifiable use of deadly force. Because as we continue to read this instruction, It tells us in deciding whether Sarah Boone was justified in using
using the
of-
defense's exhibits against them. Yeah, I like the way he did that, getting ahead of it. Just saying, yeah, look, the defense is going to get up here and they're going to show you this and black eyes and curtain rugs and blah, 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 blah.
deadly force, you must consider the circumstance.
I'm surprised it's allowed, because part of a visual exhibit is the reveal, right? The reveal of the exhibit should be revealed at a moment where it has impact. So if the opposing party, the opposing whatever, the prosecution in this case, is going to, like, it takes the punch out of the reveal that the defense was planning. I mean, good, but I'm kind of surprised that that's permitted.
At the time the force or the threat of force was used. Danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Sarah Boone actually believed that deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, and this is important, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, no reasonably prudent and cautious person would believe that a man who could barely fit into this box, who was incapable of movement, who was begging for his life, who was slowly asphyxiating, suffocating with each breath, would have needed to use deadly force against him. The justifiable use of deadly force utterly fails, utterly crashes like a house of cards. But there's more. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke threatened use of force against herself. Let's stop there before we consider the next two paragraphs. Some of the most critical testimony in this trial is her testimony on the stand. It was a great day. We were doing puzzles and artwork, dancing with the dogs, listening to music. Tag, you're it. Hide and go seek time. George gets into the suitcase. She comes and zips him up. We're still laughing about it. We're still laughing after he's zipped up in the suitcase. And then that's when George had the temerity to ask, George Torres had the temerity to ask to be unzipped from the suitcase.
Does anybody want to see the floor plan of Sarah's apartment? How do we do that? Look at this. So this is where you're going to play hide and seek between two adults in their early 40s and no children, okay? Where could you hide? Well, there's two bathrooms, yeah? There's a linen closet. There's a closet here, under the bed, 2 beds to go under. That's it for the upstairs. Maybe behind the curtains if they have curtains on the windows. Okay, so that would take about a minute to search. Now downstairs we've got the powder room, bit obvious. Nothing in the kitchen unless you're just going to hide behind the breakfast bar or whatever. What is this? WD, washer dryer. Okay, so there's a utility closet there and a storage cupboard on the patio that's probably full of vodka bottles. So there really is nowhere to hide. I mean, there's the 2 fucking bathrooms, a couple of closets, and behind the curtains or under the bed. That's it. There is no hide and seek. There was no game, and it didn't fucking happen.
And that's when Sarah Boone decided he needed to suffer. She was the initial aggressor, ladies and gentlemen. She provoked the use of force in this case. In her own words, we were laughing and playing right before he wanted to be let out because he couldn't breathe. Paragraph 1. The threat of force asserted toward the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on George Torres.
Carrie makes an interesting point that it's wild how much confidence Katie and Sarah had. I assume you mean Katie McBanawa. Well, arguably, she had even more. I mean, she was saying, they were saying to her as a plea bargain, tell us everything you know and you walk. No charges. You're free to go. You know, Sarah had to turn down 15 years, which even if she served a full term, she's already done near enough to 5. So twice more, again, what she's already done, she'd be out as well. But that is 10 more years when you've already been in for 5. It's lengthy. I mean, Katie said no to basically blanket immunity, and you walk, no record. You're squeaky clean. And she still didn't take it. You could say that she's even more confident. But I still think that Sarah's performance on the stand was unusually effective for her cause. I don't remember ever seeing a defendant taking the stand in their own trial, in their own defense, where, you know, usually you see them and, like, look at Charlie Adelson squirming like a chipmunk. Katie McBanawa, scenarios. He was just saying something about robbing a McDonald's in Orlando. Okay, Katie, you need to look back at your notes, Katie. You're really damaging your case, Katie.
He couldn't exert anything, ladies and gentlemen. George Torres couldn't even exert his arm out of the suitcase. How on earth could he have exerted a force so great to justify his Jack?
Approach.
And also, there was a distinct lack of objections in from the prosecution of Sarah's testimony, but I think Mr. J was saving them all up for objecting in Mr. Owen's closing argument for the defense, because he objects a lot. I think Mr. Chicken's about wrapping this up now.
It's of no help to the defendant. Second paragraph. In good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with George Torres and clearly indicated to George Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But George Torres continued or resumed threatened use of deadly force. Ladies and gentlemen, George Torres never got a chance to do anything. George Torres never was able to mount any aggression towards the defendant. Therefore, this paragraph is inapplicable. And the law tells us as well that physical contact in this case includes any restraint on George Torres's movements. The law also tells us again, you find that Sarah Boone, because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of great bodily harm, of death or great bodily harm at the hands of George Torres. You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were reasonable. Now, we're going to get to battered spouse syndrome in a moment. But again, I submit to you, this will be the opportunity for the defense to air grievances in regards to George Torres. But again, those grievances will not change the law, and they will not change the fact that the justifiable use of deadly force fails as a defense for the defendant. If you find that at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, manslaughter, culpable negligence, Sarah Boone knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. Considering the issue.
Yeah, I liked that as well, DBs, when Mr. J hit the suitcase with the bat. That was, again, it's just one of those things that this trial has been so strange in so many ways. I mean, just really unusual trial.
Deadly force, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and George Torres.
I agree, Kerry. Mr. J hit it home with his rebuttal. It was nicely played. Mr. Chicken does the close and lets Mr. Owens come up and do the close, and then Mr. J comes out with the bat and hits it home.
Now we come to the the special instruction on battered spouse. You have heard evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome. If you find Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome.
No, there's only one closing from the defense, KLK. They only get one shot to speak, and it's the lead counsel that gives it in this case, Mr. Owens. Mr. Henderson, I think is his name, the guy from the bus station. He didn't have any contribution.
Credible. You may consider this evidence to assist you in determining whether, in Sarah Boone's circumstances, would reasonably believe that such force was necessary to defend herself against the imminent use of unlawful force by George Torres. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony in regards to battered spouse. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from 3 experts in the areas of battered spouse in this case. And I think at the outset, it's important to note what battered spouse is and isn't and what the law instructs us here. Battered spouse is not some carte blanche. Battered spouse is not a license to kill. The fact that George Torres at points mistreated Sarah Boone, did things that were worthy enough to get him arrested, to get restraining orders placed upon him, doesn't mean that she walks around with an ace in her pocket when it comes to George Torres. It doesn't mean that because he did these awful bad things, that now through the rest of time, she's a battered spouse and she just has the right to kill him or to make him suffer or to punish him or to make him feel uncomfortable or decide that he needs.
Hey, just a shout out to anyone who's not on our Discord, server, platform, chat room, whatever it is. It's a fantastic, super cool chat room for free. Join it, link in the description. Carrie Brooks just shared a video on here that I haven't seen before called Sarah Boone's Divorce Court Letter Re-Upload. So yeah, there's just lots of stuff like that happening, guys. Sharing stuff, funny stuff, dog stuff, cat stuff. We've got Bagel here taking a walk. And just everyone come and join the Discord. Free, link in the description, 24/7, chatting with True Crime Metrix people, and lots of good stuff that you've never seen before gets shared on there. Great resource to learn more about the cases you love and all the rest of that good stuff.
Needs to be confined to a box. No. What the battered spouse syndrome instruction does, it talks about the imminency of fear. And when we heard about that testimony, we heard about it from Dr. Harper, and we heard about it from Dr. Brandon for the defense. And some of the testimony was a little difficult to understand at points, but there was one point in Dr. Brandon's testimony.
He does look like a Cyclops anyway. I mean, his brow is so shadowed. It's like a unibrow, but you can actually see that he has 2 eyes. It's strange.
It was very critical. Dr. Brandon talked about rule-outs. He talked about the fact that when emotions and emotional reactions are involved, like trauma and trauma-based disorders, other possibilities have to be ruled out before we can even ascribe those actions to battered spouse syndrome. Other possibilities according to Dr. Brandon, include alcohol abuse. Dr. Harper should have listened to Dr. Brannon's testimony, because Dr. Brannon completely undercut Dr. Harper's testimony. Dr. Harper relied heavily on the words of the defendant, who was abusing alcohol at the time of these events. And then you heard from the expert for the state, Tanya Warner. And her opinion was much more straightforward. Remember, Dr. Brandon did not render an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse. Dr. Warner said affirmatively, yes, I believe she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome. But she also applied what Dr. Brandon was talking about.
Thank you for all the likes, 100% likes. Look at that, guys. We are doing well. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Yeah, we've got a boatload of cases to cover coming up after we're done with this trial. Of course, we're going to be covering the sentencing, and coming up on December 10th, which is going to be here before you know it. It's just, what, 6 weeks away. We're back in Leon County for Donna Adelson showing off her new attorney. Oh, look at me, I'm Donna. I've got someone that's even more crooked than Rashbaum. Yeah, so we're going to be seeing Judge Everett again. We need some more Judge Everett merch by then, guys. That's our goal. We want to flood the market with Judge Everett's face. Okay, but also we've got bags of cases coming up, ready to go, hot off the press. If you have any suggestions or requests for cases to cover, you can get in touch with us on Discord or email truecrimemetrics@gmail.com. Yeah, send any suggestions, requests, or comments to there. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Please do. Buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Fantastic. Buymeacoffee.com. Patreon memberships in the link for the description or whatever. Okay. Thank you so much for the support. And yeah, please do continue to support the channel as we grow and expand on our studio equipment for the fantastic True Crime Metrix.
Other possibilities have to be ruled out as the trigger for a behavior, for an event. So, in Dr. Warner's estimation, the fact that at the time of this incident, they were laughing and joking and carrying on, meant that the trigger was not domestic violence or some threat. In the defendant's own words, the trigger was him wanting to get out and her being reminded of the bad things that he had done to her. That's not imminence of fear. That's a reminder of bad things a person has done. And again, even if you were to believe that she was battered spouse triggered at the time of this event, it still does not save the day. Because all the battered spouse trigger law tells us is that it goes to that imminency requirement. It doesn't say there's no imminency requirement. It doesn't say that, look, if you're suffering from battered spouse and you're triggered by battered spouse, then, hey, there's no more imminency requirement, do as you wish. The ladies and gentlemen jury, another thing to consider in determining whether or not that threat was imminent. And we know from the evidence, we know from the videos, there was absolutely no threat. And we know there was no threat because George Torres never got out of that box. He was never got out of that box until sometime on the early afternoon of February 24th. Mr. J, can you please publish from stage 21?
So I think this is George going over the story that he's going to tell to the judge to keep Sarah out of jail.
I'm going to go to court and I'm going to tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with this.
My fiance had nothing to do with this.
It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got out of hand. It's an isolated situation. It has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. For being in trouble in her life, she has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind and one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than what it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She
Especially her. So please, if you can,
dismiss
dismiss this case,
closed.
drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
Great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be an angel. She's close to it.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. And I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this right now.
Sonnet.
What?
And it did.
And you're good. I love you, baby. Whatever you want me to say. God will prevail, and He will take us out of this situation. Love you.
Clearly, George Torres is dominating the defendant. Clearly, George Torres is the one telling the defendant what to do. Clearly, George Torres is the one calling the shots at 4748 France Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, are we so sure that George Torres wasn't the person suffering from battered spouse syndrome? Next, we're going to come to the justifiable use of non-deadly force. The language and the arguments are pretty close to what we've already heard in the deadly force instruction, including the key language that it requires a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed that the use of non-deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that this was not a case of non-deadly force. George Torres lost his life as a result of these actions. We have heard the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zadovich, who described his cause and manner of death, who described the mechanism of death, how that oxygen dissipated in that suitcase. And when we also look at the imminency, we heard in opening statements by Mr. Owens that, the big threat in this case, the awful threat, was in the magic 9 minutes.
It's 11 minutes, buddy.
Between the video at 11:12 that she took, torturing George Torres, to her follow-up video at 11:23, after she had moved the suitcase. Mr. J, they published from States 17, IMG 1063. It was a short video. But what's one of the things that we notice by this point? You can hear how loud George's voice is on the 11:12 video. But now, roughly 11 minutes later, from the time that started, you see that the makeshift coffin that he's in has been moved. And his voice now is softer. The life is draining from George Torres, and it's evident in that video. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence that there was no threat in the magic 9 minutes that was not recorded. There was only George Torres in this box, slowly being killed. Next, we come to weighing the evidence.
He's still not done.
Tells us
I'm going to have to speed this guy up a little, you know. I've only got so much, so many more breaths to take.
it is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witness acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider. Did the witness have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? In focusing on the defendant, absolutely. Two people walked through the front door on the evening of February 23rd, 2020 at 4748 France Court. George Torres and Sarah Boone. But only Sarah Boone ever walked out that front door alive. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? This is an emphatic no. And the litany of her intoxication in versions of events is evidence of that. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I would submit to you she wasn't. 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Clearly. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? And I would say largely no. Because on the issue of whether or not George Torres could have threatened her the way she says that he did, the answer is clearly no, and we know that from the forensic data. We know that from the items itself. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? In regards to the
Yes.
it's almost more appropriate to ask about the time she did make a consistent statement. You listened to her version of events on the 911 call, on the body cameras, on her first interviews with law enforcement, and then you hear her in her next interview the next day with Detective Popsel and Detective Lowen, and more details come out. Things change. First, she was never intoxicated, then she was intoxicated. Then there's just the whole fact of she omits the fact of, oh yeah, he was actually trying to attack me. Oh yeah, I was in fear for my life. When she said at every turn, no, it was just a great day. We were having fun. Oh my God, I can't believe this. We were doing good.
Yeah, this is a fact that really hurt her, huh? Oh, so something happened in between the two videos that made you fear for your life so much that you had to act in self-defense, yet you didn't say anything about that to the two detectives that were trying to interview you the next day. Okay. Well, that just looks like you made it up at some point during the 5 years you've been awaiting trial.
Good. The only stress we had was about jobs. And now,
when you think about something like that, it's pretty fucking bizarre that she went for this defense. You know, when you're shaping something to align with the evidence, you've got to include what you did and didn't say in your interview with police. This is why you get a lawyer. You don't speak to police, right?
2.5 years after the fact, it's time to come up with a new story. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the truth does not change. The facts do not change. The videos do not change. And on any version of events that the defendant has given, they all add up to the fact that there is absolutely no doubt that she is guilty of murder. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any doubt about the defendant's guilt when she described using that baseball bat to hit George Torres's fingers back in the suitcase when he attempted to save his life? Do you have any doubt when she is given how many versions of events in this case? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of her neighbors about the loud crash and the arguing that night? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zagovich? Do you have any doubt after watching the videos of George Torres being murdered and her laughing about it and talking about the fact that he cheated on her? Do you have any doubt after reading the text messages from her phone, after seeing the videos of how she controlled and manipulated George Torres? And if you say, Mr. Cacciatore, I still have a doubt, well, then the law asks you, is that doubt to an element? And is that doubt a mere possible doubt, a speculative, an imaginary, or a forced doubt? I submit to you the idea that she had to do this because she was a battered spouse is an imaginary doubt. It's a doubt born from the imagination of Sarah Boone. It is not a reasonable doubt. But if you find yourself back in that deliberation room and you are just trying to think of some way in which the defendant is not guilty, just searching, struggling for that way, that also is not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. That is a forced doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that when you read the entirety of those jury instructions and apply the law to the facts that came out in this case, that you are going to come back with the only lawful verdict, which is guilty as charged, second-degree murder. Thank you.
Members of the jury, it is 4:04. As I promised, we were going to take that afternoon break before the defense proceeds with their closing argument. You're going to leave everything behind. Similar instruction that I've given you before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation.
So let's see what Mr. Owens is going to do. You know, we make fun of Mr. Chicken, and perhaps, yes, he could have made that closing argument a little bit more compelling and interesting, but he did cover all bases. That alone, you know, stop there. That was a case winner because he covered all bases. He went through the law. He crossed things off the list. He did visual aids. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is a box. I love that. Maybe that should be a t-shirt. Should we get it? Should we? I'm going to put it on the list. Maybe we can do something with that.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, for one of the last times, if you could, please raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions. All hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this time, the defense is going to proceed with their closing argument, similar to the state's closing argument. These are not evidence. These are just arguments, and I ask you to pay attention to them. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Y'all know me, I'm James Owens, along with Tony Henderson and the girls. We're all from Milton. I think y'all figured that out, that we were from out of town. Santa Rosa County, it's northwest Florida, close to Pensacola. And my buddy Kevin Beck, he's a longtime friend, he's from New Mexico. The team, the defense team, is here, and we're here to represent Miss Sarah Boone.
He's much more of a salesman kind of lawyer, this guy, and I think he's got good, some good skills. You know, he's 63 years old. He's probably been doing this for 35 years more, you know. 35 years, yeah, that's probably a good guess, right? He's, he's picked up a few good tricks, I gotta say.
And we feel confident that we're going to be able to show you why she's not guilty. Okay? And I'm going to take my time. I've got some notes. I'm not the most organized person in the world. I've got some exhibits that we're going to show you. And then we got a couple of videos at the end. Okay? And we're going to try our best to help you make the right decision. Okay? But yeah, Milton's a small town.
Objection.
Overruled.
I'll tell you how small it is. 7 miles away is another small town called Pace. In between that is a Walmart. Very small town. We didn't know what to expect coming down here to Orlando. Judge, I'm allowed to.
I'll give you a little bit more for intro, but then we need to get into it.
I'm going to get into it, but I wanted to say, it's a small town, good people. We've been down here 3 weeks. We didn't know what to expect. We've been surprised.
Objection.
Mr. Owens.
Down the road from our town, there's another small town about 9 miles away called Pace. And it's a long drive to Winter Park, Orange County. It's about a 9-hour drive, and on the way down here, we got a flat tire, and Florida Highway Patrol, they pulled over to assist us, so we knew we were in good hands in Orange County. And we're from another town, a small town, next to a Walmart called Pace Walmart. And why am I telling you all this? Well, I just want you to know that we're from a small town. And what is he talking about? Why, the prosecutor objected to relevance. And I can see why. I'm amazed that the judge said, I think the judge said, okay, I can't, if I sustain an objection this early, it's going to be a fucking mistrial. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway for introduction, but then we got to get into it. Stop talking about your small town pace and pick up the fucking pace.
Let's approach.
Now he's going to approach. I think this is the first of about 29 times that they have to approach during the defense's closing argument. It's not a good look. You don't want interruptions in your most meaningful address to the jury. Does anyone else think that this girl looks like an amphibian? I've never seen the movie, what is it called? With the blue people. She's an amphibian. What is that movie called? It's called, I think it's a Mel Gibson movie, The Blue People. It's got a stupid name. Somebody tell me in chat. Blue people from another planet or something. What is it? This girl has webbed fingers and toes, right? And gills. And she doesn't give birth. She produces spawn in a muddy pond. What is that movie with the blue people? I gotta know. Movie with blue people.
All I wanted to say.
Avatar.
is
Avatar.
Just, since we've been here, we've been treated with respect and hospitality, and just like we've been at home. We appreciate that. Now, I'm going to do some reading, and then I'm going to do some talking. But ultimately, this is about.
We've been treated with respect and hospitality, good Southern hospitality. We're from a small town called Pace, and I woke up in my hotel room last night, and there was a mint on my pillow. Yeah.
Justifiable use of force. That is a legal defense in Florida. We as citizens, the law is designed to protect us from defending ourselves, to protect us from potential attack. And you are the only ones, in this case, because Sarah Boone was arrested, that's going to be able to look at it critically and objectively. Objectively. Not like the state attorney.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
Objectively.
I'm surprised the judge overruled that. That was what did he say? We're asking you to look at it objectively, not like the state are doing with their crooked non-case.
Objectively. Objectively. Not like the state attorney.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
Objectively. And the law in Florida gives y'all the power and authority to do that. The state attorney can't make the decision. They can't make the decision. They can try to influence you. And we're going to talk about some of the things they did here in this trial. And some of the things they said.
Objection. Objection. There was a motion.
Yes.
Second approach. Yeah, she looks like the kind of person that has a monthly anal bleaching. Am I allowed to say that? Is that sexist? I don't know. I just look at her and I think, that anal bleaching is considered a fixed cost in her monthly outgoings, right? It's like, well, I can't let that go. We need to make cutbacks, but I'm not letting go of the anal bleaching. It's a must. Her her partner, her husband, her boyfriend is like, yeah, but look, we're going to be short of rent this month. You know, you're only a paralegal, and let's be honest, you're not well prepared for the bar exam. We need to let go of the anal bleaching. She's like, over my dead body. What's this expense? Electricity? We don't need that. We don't need that. Anal bleaching.
You may proceed. Objections overruled.
Thank you, Judge. They got their side, their position, we've got our side. So we're going to talk about that. And we're going to talk about justifiable use of deadly force and non-deadly force. But either way, however you rule, it still justifies her behavior. And the result is not. Now, I don't believe there's anybody.
Objection, proper argument.
Overruled.
New approach.
Yes.
I think you will find from considering the evidence in this case that there is no doubt that Sarah Boone
Welcome, C. Malone, with the top tips as usual.
is a victim.
Oh, Sarah Boone is the victim. Hey, look, we've cracked the case. Sarah Boone is the victim. Yes, absolutely. Not the guy that died trapped in a tiny box that might as well have been 6 feet buried underground. You know, it's exactly the same as being buried alive. What's the difference? It would be quieter underground. Okay. I mean, I suppose if I was given the choice between dying from positional asphyxia in a suitcase or being buried underground, I'd take the suitcase. But they're basically the same.
That Sarah Boone has been traumatized. That Sarah Boone is still traumatized. And the reason for the trauma is George Torres. The reason for the trauma is George Torres. From the positive things about the man that we've seen on video, to the positive things Sarah Boone has testified about, to the violent monster he becomes. And I mean monster, because it was repeatedly. And what happens the next day? Man, I don't remember. I was drunk. I don't remember. That's the gaslighting. That this young woman, vulnerable woman, with nobody, just starving for love, starving for attention, and seeing the good in the man. And it was good. But every day was on the balance. She measured every day, depending on how it started and then how it ended. And that's the way she had to live her life. Day in and day out. Day in and day out. Dr. Harper and Dr. Brandon talked about trauma. Dr. Harper spoke of the veterans that she had treated for post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if you remember her testimony, but she spoke about some of the veterans that had been in the war in Iraq, and people in war a lot of times get post-traumatic stress. It used to be called shell shock and other things. But people in wartime, or police officers will get post-traumatic stress. And a lot of them come in, the males come in with this bravado, I'm all right. I'm all right. And so that's what Dr. Harper was talking about.
Hang on a second. Are we comparing Sarah Boone to a war hero? A lot of times, people in the military, they have PTSD. Yeah, Sarah Boone was in Desert Storm. She saved an entire platoon by launching herself onto a grenade.
People in war.
People in war.
The veterans that have been in the war in Iraq, and
yeah, being in a relationship with George Torres was like doing 2 tours in Iraq, Kuwait, Desert Storm.
people in war a lot of times get post-traumatic stress. It used to be called shell shock and other things. But people in wartime, or police officers will get post-traumatic stress. And a lot of them come in, the males come in with this bravado, I'm all right. I'm all right. And so that's what Dr. Harper was talking about, the veterans, that's what they'll do. But you've got to spend time with them. It just can't be one session. And you've got to run post-traumatic stress testing, which tells whether they really have post-traumatic stress.
I like how you can find the back thinking behind the presentation of his statements, right? Because the back thinking goes like this. I know. What we'll do is we'll associate Sarah Boone with the sympathy that the jury will have for our brave veterans that return from protecting our country. And, we've got to show support for the veterans. We've got to show support for Sarah Boone, right? Because she's just like a war hero. Didn't really work.
And we all probably have experienced some trauma. All of us have lost some loved ones, and it's awful.
Yeah, we've all lost a loved one, but not like that. Has anyone else in this chat lost a loved one after they were trapped in a tiny bag, left to die, suffocating because they ran out of fucking oxygen? I guess not.
Shock. You can't believe it. It's disbelief. You don't sleep for days. And eventually, you have to go back to work. You take a week off. Life has to go on. Life has to go on. You go back to work. Kids are in school. You get a little time. right? Time heals, right? These veterans that come back from a deployment, they get back, they get some semblance of normalcy. They may or may not get some treatment, but time helps. Time heals. Everybody, it helps. Just time. Overcoming a divorce, overcoming a death, whatever trauma. Sarah Boone had no break. No break. Learned helplessness. Just giving up. I'm just giving up. I can't get out of this situation. They broke up. She go about 2 days. Texting, calling. Just learned helplessness. And it's, in the manual. Battered spouse syndrome is not, but what did you hear Dr. Harper say? She suffers from post-traumatic stress. That is a mental disorder. You are actually undergoing the psychological effects of post-traumatic stress. You're not in your right mind. And it's repeating itself. It's repeating itself again and again, day in and day out. And when you look at this law, that's what you have to apply. Someone in Sarah Boone's shoes, when you're deciding whether her conduct was reasonable. Got a bunch of notes. It was something I wanted to read. Sarah Boone's long-term exposure to abuse created a state of learned helplessness and diminished her capacity to assess risk, especially in moments of heightened stress. The cyclical nature of this violence, the tension building, the battering, the contrition phases, caused Sarah to be trapped psychologically in that relationship. Due to this clear abuse, Sarah Boone had a reasonable belief of imminent harm under her state of mind. George Torres had a history of violence against Sarah, and as a result, Sarah Boone's actions were the result of fear conditioned by abuse she endured over time. The cumulative effects of long-term abuse, as we saw her behavior on the 2-minute suitcase video, is a trauma response. Sarah Boone acted out of a sense of preservation. While tragic, it was not driven by malice, but a mind ravaged by abuse. And I'm going to ask you to try to understand. Try to understand. Sarah Boone being emotionally and psychologically broken. His actions may have been misguided attempts at survival, but not murder. Imminent danger, her response reacted to that belief. It's somebody suffering from the long-term psychological effects of domestic violence. Who spent a lot of time? Dr. Brandon, you remember him. He was the first expert on trauma. Took some notes. Kevin Beck, you remember, did the direct examination of Dr. Brandon. He was from down in Miami, I think. He talked about the trauma that you cannot escape from the abuse, so you develop coping skills to protect yourself, knowing that the bad things will happen today. It changes your behavior, not only your behavior, but your thinking. Your subjective thinking about fear and what to do. And if you remember, Dr. Brandon said it's all about that person's perception. Okay? A lot of times they will self-medicate with alcohol or drugs. A lot of times they suffer from anxiety. Basically, he said the trauma ends up being terror because you do not know what to expect. You do not know what is going to happen that night. It may be a great night. You may drink, and both of you have a great time. He falls asleep, passes out, you fall asleep, passes out. But it may turn, depending on his mood, I don't know if you can tell, she would try to placate him. Dr. Brandon said, when you're trying to evaluate somebody, it takes time to get them to trust you. And the ultimate goal, he said, is to be a behavioral detective. If you're a forensic psychologist, is to be a behavioral detective. And the ultimate goal is to put yourself in the abused person's eyes so you can better understand their world. But ultimately, it's their perception of danger. Their perception of danger is what you have to look at. What a reasonable person would do under their perception of danger. Now, I want to go on. Trauma experts explain how victims' reactions in moments of stress are the product of the damaged psyche. Her actions, although tragic, and it was a tragedy, that George Torres lost his life in that suitcase. It's a reactionary response to sustained trauma. It's as if Sarah was acting out of a deeply ingrained fear and helplessness developed over the years. So it's a desperate need for survival, but battered women do things to keep the peace from time to time.
Hey, thanks so much for the coffee, KLK. We love it.
When they feel like they have a small portion of momentary power, they may enjoy that by vocalizing their position to the abuser. Sarah Boone's not perfect. Sarah Boone would argue with him, talk down to him. Some would say was somewhat abusive to him. Sarah's not charged with that. Sarah Boone is not charged with that. And I want to read you something on that subject. Essentially, okay, I don't know where it's at, so I'm going to have to come back to it. But essentially what it said was, eventually it's been a 2-week trial, I've got a bunch of notes. I'm trying to get this right. I know it's important. What I wanted to say was someone can be mean and angry and hateful, and intoxicated, and still be abused.
Wow, he's got more than an hour left on his closing argument. That's quite a while. I should have made a clip of the best bits or something. Let's see. Well, even if we put it on 1.25 speed, it's still going to be a long
They're
time.
not mutually exclusive. And mutual abuse exists where one is abusive towards another. And eventually the
What do you think? Should we go to... I mean, I think we all kind of know what he's saying, right? I mean, he's just going to say the same thing. Let's go a bit near the end of his statement. And then we'll do Mr. J's rebuttal, because that was pretty good. And it's not so long.
They arrested her. And she said, why? I was fighting back. You remember that? Why? I was fighting back. So from that point on, she didn't trust law enforcement. The video that they showed a while ago about George, that was about dropping the case, where she was defending herself and fighting back. I want to talk about this investigation by law enforcement. Now,
Hey, Ryden, I love how people are just now calling you Gun. Just Gun. Gun.
she didn't know the law. She's not a lawyer. She gets up the next morning. Brian's calling. Sarah's got to pick up Lucas at 3. Brian's calling. Eventually, she walks down. She's looking for George. Where's George? He's quiet down there. Then she looks in the bathroom. She looks out. He's smoking a cigarette. He's on the computer. She sees the suitcase. And you can imagine.
Objection, overruled.
Sustained.
She sees him in a suitcase.
No, I think he seems like he's early 60s. 62, 63. He said he's 63.
She panics. What did she do? What she did? She tries to get her fiance out of the suitcase. They're engaged to be married. She's not trying to kill him. They're engaged to be married. She gets him out. She tries to do. He's purple. She tries her best to do CPR. She doesn't. You heard her. I didn't know what to do. I didn't call Brian. That's her.
The Demon Headmaster. That was a good show. That was a good show. And the Queen's Nose. Do you remember that? The Queen's Nose and Bernard's Watch. Those were all on around the same time. Bernard's Watch, the Queen's Nose, and the Demon Headmaster.
Safety valve. That's all she's got. Brian eventually says she's come over. She calls again in 2 minutes. I'm on the way. He gets there. You got to call 911. Man told her before. Call 911. She calls 911. She tries to do CPR again. Is she busy trying to hide evidence? She busy trying to hide evidence? She busy trying to hide the back? No, she's trying to save his life. If she can. So the police get there. She knows if she told them she fought back, she's going to be arrested. That's what happened before. What happened before? Like George said on the video, she'd never been arrested before. Before that time, she was charged with that with George. She lied. She lied. She's scared. She's scared. She doesn't know what to do. So she lies. She makes a decision to lie. Don't trust law enforcement. She doesn't know the law. She doesn't call a lawyer. She talked to Officer Rodriguez, was the first short black female, the first one that arrived. Again, talks to her. There's a recorded statement there where she doesn't tell the whole story. She lies. And then the detectives eventually get there and get her in the squad car. You hear the audio. I think it was played. She lies again. Then the next day, she goes down to the sheriff's department. Now, If they would have told her, hey, man, we're going to arrest you, and she gets a lawyer to go down there to make a statement, and the lawyer would advise her.
Objection. Facts on evidence.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Stricken. The jury will pay no mention or give any weight to that statement.
She's not a lawyer. She didn't have a lawyer present when she made this statement. She didn't know the law. She didn't know she was justified in defending herself the way she did in this dysfunctional, toxic, abusive relationship. I don't know if you remember, it was a 2-hour video, but there was some things she said, not intentional. And eventually, she wanted the detective, it was Detective Lowen, the male detective. And she said, I swear to you on my son's life, it was not intentional. What she was talking about was that George passed. Was that George died. That was not intentional. She thought he was fine in there. Would he sober up? We've learned from their history, when Sarah gets drunk, she calls for help. When George gets drunk, he beats Sarah. That's their pattern. How many times did we see Sarah call the law? That's their pattern. Sarah told her, I didn't know, I think she said, I didn't know something like this could happen. I've never done it before. And Detective Lowen said, well, what did you expect was going to happen? I've got a daughter that she was like 18 or 19, and she got a grandmother's hand-me-down pickup truck. It was an older truck, but she didn't have it long, and she was gassing it up, but she didn't put any oil in it. Eventually, it burnt the motor. And you don't know what you don't know. I hadn't done a good job of explaining, hey, you got to put oil in it too. Sarah Boone didn't know that he could die in there. It's an old beat-up canvas suitcase that she left a gap in. And as naive as that sounds, she didn't appreciate the danger. I mean, is that the way you want to kill somebody? Is that the way you're going to do it? She had lupus. No attempt to hide the crime. I think the evidence is clear. That's how it happened. I want to belabor the point. We want to show you. Just quickly show you. Maybe. Sarah Boone got stabbed. Well, think about that. Stabbed with a steak knife in the leg. And she stayed with him. She stayed with him. Hope. Between the eyes.
That does look bad, doesn't it? That is a nasty wound, man. I mean, it looks like she stitched it up herself. It looks like something a pirate would have, like Jack Sparrow. And they said they were playing swords. Maybe George was doing his best Jack Sparrow impression. The winds are changing, matey.
She stayed with him. Poked between the eyes with a curtain rod. Stalked in the eye. And who does that?
Didn't it though, riding shotgun? If you went to what do you call those? What do you call it? Makeup artists, but they do it for film, TV, theater. If you went to one of those guys that does it for a profession, and said, listen, I want you to give me a wound on my arm that a pirate would have, they would do exactly that. Okay? That is the wound that they would put on your arm, a professional.
The law empowers an individual to defend their life and safety when faced with a threat and to prevent an attack. That's what Sarah Boone did. That's what Sarah Boone did.
All right, wrapping it up for his big close. He's been up there for an hour and a half already.
I think it's important to understand Sarah had to be the parent a lot of times. It was her place. She had that $1,000 a month from the divorce settlement coming in. She had the car. She had the phone.
$1,000 a month, and a magnum of Woodbridge Chardonnay was how much? $9.49 or something. Let's call it $10 for a magnum of Woodbridge Chardonnay. So $1,000 a month would buy 100 bottles. So that's 3 bottles a day-ish. I mean, that barely covers the booze bill, right?
She had the keys. She had to be the parent in a lot of ways. I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Harper. Do you remember? Dr. Harper is from Oklahoma.
Hey, thanks so much, Riding Shotgun. Or sorry, Gun. Miss Gun for the sweet cappuccino coffee. Fantastic. I've had my final cup for this evening. You know, in the real world. I'm not having another coffee today, but if anyone wants to support us for coffees tomorrow, you can head over to buymeacoffee.com and buyusacoffee.com and support the channel. It really is the best way to support the channel. It's the quickest, it's the most profitable, and it's the most fun, I think, you know, apart from Patreon, which is also good. But that's really better for memberships. If it's just, one-off donation, no matter how small, no matter how big, the best place to do that is buymeacoffee.com. But really, the memberships are better on Patreon. But yeah, if you've been sat there listening to the show and you're thinking, gee, I'd love to support the channel. I'd love to support Metrix and help him grow and help him with some of the studio equipment. We already got this mic paid for by the fans, the wonderful fans. And I think it's good. I think it's excellent. It's heavy, and it's very good. Yeah. So, yeah, we are expanding our studio equipment. So if you've been sat there thinking, gee, I'd love to support True Crime Metrix. He's got such a great show, but how do I do it? The answer is you go to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, and then you buyusacoffee.com. And that's how you support the channel and help us grow. And we couldn't thank you more, really.
Coosa County, which is up in the Panhandle, close to where we're from. And she's the doctor that treated Sarah from early on. Remember, this happened in 2020. I think she first saw Sarah Boone shortly thereafter. And over the 4.5 years, saw her 9 times and did all the testing for post-traumatic stress. Of course, she has the experience from the veterans, and she's testified that she's now just traveling around the state, testifying as a forensic psychologist. But she talked about how important it is was to develop trust with the patient.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting writing gun. Sorry, I forgot. It's just gun now. Just gun. Yeah, it's interesting. They don't keep that much. I think it's like 25% commission on the YouTube support, but that's okay because they also, it certainly helps with the algorithm and it pushes the content. If there's super stickers and super chats and super thanks and stuff like that happening on YouTube and the memberships on YouTube where you get a star next to your name, it does help with the algorithm, and YouTube pushes us out to more like-minded viewers like yourselves, and we're getting new people coming in all the time. Look, here's Evelina Chuddy. Hit that like. Yeah, do hit that like, Evelina, but only once, because if you hit it twice you unlike, then you should like again. So yeah, if people like donating on YouTube, that, yeah, they do. YouTube keeps a bit more commission, but they also push us out to more people as well. So everything has its place. But buymeacoffee.com is great. It's I think it's the most friendly people for the support, friendly place for the supporters as well, which is great.
Course of time. It's just going to take time when you have somebody suffering that kind of trauma and that kind of damage psyche. It's going to take some time to get them where they can trust you and really tell you and talk to you and tell you what's going on with them. She talked about that Sarah uses her words for power. I think her testimony. I don't think, but I think the evidence supports that her testimony was credible.
Objection.
The evidence supports that her testimony was
Objection
credible.
is sustained.
I can't give my personal opinion. Okay. The evidence supports that her testimony was credible because of the time that she spent, because of the number of tests that she did, that she diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol use disorder, I think anxiety disorder, and battered spouse syndrome. Dr. Warner confirmed that, and Dr. Michael Brannon, the first witness, he was brought in as a subject matter expert, so he hadn't treated Sarah. He was just testifying about the condition. He's been doing it a long time. He's an expert at it, and that's to advise you to try to understand what's going on. And as crazy as it sounds, in this syndrome, they try to protect the abuser. They're in love with them. They try to protect them. I don't know if you remember that there was a time where Sarah Boone had a conversation with one of the neighbors, and they were talking about something. And she said, "Did you hear anything yet last night?" Remember, she said, "Shh, it's okay." Both George and Sarah lied to the police. They lied to medical people. I don't know if it's shame, but it just comes with the syndrome that you stay trapped in it. I think another big, if you'll think about this, when Sarah gets beaten by George, she calls the police. When Sarah gets beaten by George, she calls the police. And a lot of times she just wants him out. Just get him out. Get him to leave. She doesn't want him to get in trouble. She just wants him out. There never was a report of George calling the police on Sarah. She wasn't physically abusing him. The state is trying to present evidence that she emotionally abused it.
Sustained.
Move strike.
Stricken.
Hey, what is DB's trying to do? DB's is having an issue or something. Anything I can help you with, DB's? DB's? I always call you D-Breeze. Debrief
Members
me,
of the jury,
DB's.
pay no attention to that comment. Give it no weight whatsoever.
I believe the evidence that's been presented.
Oh, what was that comment? The judge didn't like that one. Give it no weight whatsoever.
When Sarah gets beaten by George, she calls the police. And a lot of times she just wants him out. Just get him out. Get him to leave. She doesn't want him to get in trouble. She just wants him out.
She just wants him out. No, she wants to exert her power over him and get him in trouble as, you know, she's a bully. She's just a fucking bully. You know, I'm going to have another chat with Jody from the defense rests, who, as she laid it out to me the other day when we had a chat, she really bought into the whole thing of Sarah fearing for her life and being in this, you know, victim cycle and everything like that. I mean, has Jody changed her mind?
There never was a report of George calling the police on Sarah. She wasn't physically abusing him. The state is trying to present evidence. If she emotionally abused it.
Sustained.
Move strike.
Stricken. Members of the jury will pay no attention to that comment. Give it no weight whatsoever.
I believe the evidence that's been presented by the state is an attempt to show that Sarah mentally or emotionally abused George Torrey.
That's the link for Discord. DBs. You just click that and press accept.
Again, she's not charged with that. She's not perfect. Some of that was her trouble. In Sarah's situation, you do become numb and hardened, I think, over time. That's a coping mechanism. It's a day-to-day thing, some good days, some, you know. But the homicide detectives, I know if you saw that 2-hour video, at some point during the 2-hour video, they started talking about some of the violence. And they go, we know. They had already checked with neighbors or whoever. They knew.
Yeah, thanks so much, KLK, for the shout out in Paddy's Playhouse. In fact, I was on Crime and Coffee's show a while ago, just in the chat when Paddy was on there, and yeah, Coffee mentioned me, so I know Paddy's heard the name. Yeah, maybe we should bring Paddy on the show, you know, to tell us all about what happened with that fucking Markel drama. You know, maybe she could share with us, because I've stayed so far away from it. I just don't want to get sucked into any of that. People sticking together and forming groups and clubs and all this stuff. I mean, what is that? I'm a lone wolf, baby.
The neighbors knew. Police officers knew who responded. Towards his family knew.
And yeah, Ryan Fitzpatrick gave us the shout out of all shout outs on STS's channel when he was on with Yindra. I've seriously got to get his t-shirt made. You know what I was thinking about doing? Because he was really happy with my description of him as a macho sapien when I said in our show we did about him that he was transitioning to a third gender. I think I said 2 more weeks and 3 more injections and he will be a full macho sapien. He really liked that description. So I thought I'd make him a t-shirt with macho sapien on. And you know what I was thinking about doing? I was thinking about going down to one of those people that are in a tourist place that do caricatures, you know, and showing them a picture of Ryan Fitzpatrick and having them draw me, Ryan Fitzpatrick, as a cartoon and then putting that on a macho sapien t-shirt. I think that could be a fun thing to do. You know, and maybe I could send a free one to Ryan somehow, and he could wear it to the gym and wear it to, what else does he do? When he does his roofing business. Has anybody seen my ladder? You know. Yeah, maybe we should bring Ryan on the show as well. True Crime Metrix did our first public chat with another creator the other day. It's the first time I've spoken to anyone publicly. So maybe we should start having guests on the show. Maybe.
They all knew about the abuse.
Okay, wrap it up, Owens, before the judge bites your head off, man. He's getting tired of you.
Dr. Harper testified that abused women act differently when they perceive a threat. I think Sarah Boone was loyal to a fault to George, even through all the abuse. Judge, I want to make a comment about a couple of things that were said by the prosecutor in opening statement.
You may proceed.
Okay.
Hey, Renee, I don't know why there's an echo on everything, hon. It's, I don't think it's from this end because I've got headphones on. So the audio isn't going from my speakers and into the microphone because I've got headphones on. So I don't know why you've got an echo. Has anyone else got an echo? How's the sound?
The prosecutor in opening statement, when he was talking about George Torres passing away, and started talking about Sarah Boone, and his quote was, because I wrote it down,
Thanks, Gunn.
George, in Sarah Boone's mind, George Torres deserved it. George Torres deserved it. That's the position they're taking. He deserved to die. She loved the man. She wasn't trying to kill him.
DBs, have you got the app on your phone? If you want to send me a screenshot to truecrimemetrics@gmail.com, maybe I could help you. But if you have the app on your phone from the App Store or the Play Store or whatever, it's a good app as well. It's very fully loaded with features. Yeah, that'll be the best.
He also commented about
the username is True Crime Metrics DBs, but it's the invitation link that you want because it's invitation only. So I don't think you can search for a username like that.
Yes.
Yeah, ironically, Mr. Owens came across more boring than Mr. Chicken. What a turnaround. Friar Tuck over here. There's the amphibian again. Oh, Ace Hardware, Ace Hardware. Buy a hammer tomorrow. Everyone show support for George. Buy a hammer. Look at that. That's his whole family are just ace employees. Oh, look at Detective Copesall in the back. God, I'd just love, I'd pay good money to see her smile or have any, shine to her personality come through a facial expression whatsoever. What is up with that? Why are people like that sometimes? They just look tired and bored and unhappy constantly. Hey, Cassidy. Hey, Ryden, we should totally do more phone chats. Let's, we need to do more stuff on Discord, guys. Even more than what we do. We should have phone communities, building those communities. Everyone join Discord. There's loads of stuff on there for free. Link in the description. Brilliant chat community, 24/7, True Crime Metrix, family, big style, everyone online, chatting, sharing, exchanging, commenting. Who's Cassandra? Kazati. I'm pretty sure that's short for Karen, no? Well, I don't know, DBs. There's not actually that many members yet. And some people don't even like getting shout-outs for sending coffees. They say to me, please don't give me a shout-out. I'm a bit shy. So I don't know if everyone's willing to come on as a guest. I'd certainly love to hear from KOK and Carrie Brooke, both fantastic people in the Metrix community. And many more, many more.
Said in open, was his statement to you, an opening statement. All this here, the photographs, is a bunch of violent nonsense. You'll have to make your mind up whether it's that. There were a couple of exhibits that I introduced late, and they were no contact provisions, where there had been a court order from a judge, not only a verbal order, but it was reduced to writing. So there was a court order for George Torres not to have any contact with Sarah Boone. Okay. Court system got involved. They would have no contact with George Torres. Now, I need to talk a little bit about that. And they talked about coercion, coercive control, power and control. We know about his abuse. We know he destroyed the home, the TV. We know about his jealousy. We know some of the things he said to her. We know about how he treated her dogs. Nicely when he was sober, but at times abused the dogs or threatened to do so. If you think about power and control, when you're controlling a person, and I think she testified that he kind of smothered her always around her. Part of his fear was her realizing that she'd had enough and to leave it for good. That she would get the strength over time if she had enough time away from him where she wasn't in control of it and he wasn't in control of it. Enough time away, she would come to her senses and realize she could do better. The judge has been giving court orders all week. I didn't stop George Torres. George Torres knew he was going to lose control if she had a bunch of time away from him. She might move on. He was willing to violate a court order to maintain control. That's George Torres.
To maintain control.
I want to show a couple of videos. And I want to say something to you. Shelby Andrews is going to help me. If we could dim the light.
Yes.
This is the best video that they could come up with to show George, what does he say? Flicking the switch. They didn't show the rest of the video though, that clearly shows fucking Sarah as a psychotic, abusive bully. Like, ugh, just what a bitch.
Do you understand? As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of here. You're a rookie. I dare you.
Did you see him?
Yep, look at him. Wait, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me.
He can't even stand up, and this is the best thing that they get. Look at him. Abuse, evil abuse, crazy. He wants to maintain control. Yes, look at him. Did you see, jury? The switch. He flicked the switch. Did you see? Oh, that George Torres. He deserves everything he got, George Torres. Very, very bad.
I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder.
Did you see him flip the switch? In that instance, where he lost it, even though the video was going. Show the next one.
Ridiculous that is the big character assassination of the dead person. M. Skate asks, what happened with Brian Boone? Why did they divorce? Not a dig at George, but, well, Brian was tired of Sarah, she'd be out at the bars all the time on weeknights until 3 a.m, and then a lot of times she'd bring a load of random drunk people back to their house where they lived with their young infant son, and Brian would have work in the morning, and he'd be woken up by some random in his house standing in his living room screaming for Sarah. Where's the other bottle? Where's the other bottle? I don't think that was George. It was just some random guy, but she was in this habit of having a lifestyle that was not well aligning with Brian's idea of starting a young family. So he suggested that they went into counseling, which they did for a short time. Obviously, Sarah didn't take well to that. And he moved back with his parents for a while, came back, and I think Brian suspects that she'd already started seeing George while they were still married, so they got divorced. And, you know, he had to settle the divorce and was paying alimony and child support and pretty much paying for the lifestyle that she kept with George for the next almost 3 years until George died. So this is great for Brian. He gets this dangerous psycho out of his life and out of the life of his son. I mean, you know, when someone is that much of a bully, a behind closed doors bully, because they need to do that, they're almost addicted to it because it's how they make themselves feel powerful, by berating and bullying poor little George, like she's doing in this video that the defense didn't show, but we all watched at the beginning, the full version. We watched at the beginning of this stream tonight, the full version. Maybe we'll play that again, just in context. So that's what happened with Brian. You know, he got tired of her lifestyle. She really amped up her drinking after the son was born. Maybe she felt trapped, Brian said. She would bring random people to the house. It wasn't aligning well with Brian's idea of what their life should be. She refused to change or accept she had a problem. They went to counseling. It didn't take. She started seeing George, is suspected. Brian got a divorce and paid for their alimony and all their drinks, basically. Does he look in a jealous rage when he's smashing this TV? I mean, I almost think that this was some sort of, like, maybe they were making a YouTube video or something, like it was acted, because Sarah's story is that he accused Sarah of sucking Brian's dick and lost it and smashed up her TV and ordered her to film it, so that. Why would you do that? If you're in a jealous rage and you're going to smash up someone's TV, which is also the only TV in the house where you live, so what are you going to watch yourself? Are you going to do it in this kind of organized way where you say, okay, now I'm so angry right now that I'm going to smash up your TV. But before I do, I want you to hit record on your cell phone because I want to create a memory of this. I just don't see how that computes to the normal assumption of what a jealous rage property smashing episode looks like. You know, if you'd say you sucked his dick and then you'd run to the baseball bat and smash the TV, you wouldn't take the time. And he doesn't look like he's in a jealous rage, right? It's almost like they were doing a prank, or maybe the TV was broken anyway and they were going to throw it out and they just wanted to see what happens if you smash a TV. I mean, I can remember like wanting to know. I remember we found a TV by the dump and I put a huge, an old one, big one with the, what do you call it? The tubes in it, So the screen was a big glass screen and it had this big thing at the back. And I threw a big brick through it. This was like 25 years ago and it exploded. It was fascinating to watch. But I knew it was a vacuum. So I don't know. Do people still smash TVs out of curiosity? If it's already broken and you're going to throw it out. I mean, obviously he made a mess, but these are a couple of drunk knuckleheads. Maybe it was just for some other reason. The facts of it are, we know that Sarah's a liar, and we know that she is trying her best to paint George as an abusive, reckless, violent thug. So when we take those two checked facts and we put it against what is in the video, it seems reasonable to assume, because of the checked fact that Sarah Boone is a liar and the checked fact that she is trying her best to paint George as a violent, reckless thug, it seems reasonable to assume that this video was captured under completely different pretenses that we don't know about and maybe never will. He's not in a jealous rage. If this was a jealous rage, he'd be smashing it more quickly and saying, "You sucked his dick! You sucked his dick!" You know, saying something. This is bullshit. It's almost like he's doing it as an art piece or something.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. You turn it off. Can you turn it off?
Plus, he didn't even fucking knock it over. How could you hit a TV with a flat screen TV with a baseball bat and not knock it over? I want to know what kind of stand they had on that thing, because, you know, they should get a product placement. That is the best stand going. The hell? How can you not knock it over? Let's see it again.
Show the next one.
He hits it like 10 times full force with a baseball bat. I mean, that tells you something about the guy's stamina, or whatever the correct word might be. Let's do a poll on this, guys. Let's do a poll on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. You turn it off. Can you turn it off? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to finish up right here. And Sarah Boone, I've gotten enough.
Objection. Proper argument.
Sustained.
Sarah Boone is like any other citizen. Equal justice under the law. She's to be treated like any other citizen. Fairly and impartially. Based on the circumstances she was facing at the time of this tragedy. Based on the battered spouse instruction, which is a special instruction that's given when women have a heightened sense of fear and trauma, that you're to utilize in applying her subjective standard to the reasonable standard of what a reasonable person would do under her circumstances, and using the force that she used to defend herself. I hope I haven't missed anything. I've tried my best.
Okay, there's a poll, guys. Answer the question on the poll.
Sarah Boone fought back and survived. We ask that you do justice in this case and find her not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. I've tried to show you where the doubt was. I trust your judgment. We spent a long time picking the jury, 4 days. We trust you. We appreciate your service and your obligation to do your duty. You have the power and authority to right this wrong. That's what we're asking you to do. And give Sarah Boone some hope for a better life and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
All right, he may be wearing a tie with a character from Fraggle Rock on it, but Mr. J's here meaning business now. This is the big guns. This is big gun Mr. J. He's got a 357 Magnum ready to go. Doesn't it make it feel like he's a magician when he pulls out that box? He's gonna say to the court reporter, "Get in the bag," and then he's gonna saw it in half with her head sticking out one end and her feet sticking out the other, and then pull the two halves apart. The white gloves as well, he's a magician. The way he pulls that bag out of the box.
Ladies and gentlemen, George Torres is dead because the defendant believed he deserved to be zipped shut in a suitcase so that she could make him feel how she felt when he cheated on her, when he choked her, and to hold him there as a captive audience, according to her testimony. Now he has to listen to me. Well, right out of the gate, there are credibility issues. Cheating to me means viewing pornography. Well, we saw cheating really means women. And the heated conversation on June 14th about these women in Facebook. And that is what leads to the arrest on June 15th. He's out whoring, Candy Crush, all the bizarre things that you see in her phone. She uses the legal system as a weapon at times. There's no denying that they are engaging in violent behavior.
Absolutely. Good catch, Mr. J. She uses the legal system as a weapon at times, right? That's the big force. Mr. J is going to go on about the fucking force in a minute, but in a different context. But yeah, she's like, that's so often for women who are abusers in relationships, right? And there are plenty to go around. They do that, don't they? They threaten police and because we still live in a society where the abuser is the male. That's the assumption. Still.
Behavior. And it is over nonsense. It is smashing TVs. They call the police and then they're standing there looking bewildered.
Yeah, brown shirt, brown suit, yellow tie makes him look like he's a manager at Wimpy Burger. And not even a real one, a Wimpy Burger that they have in a corner at the bowling alley. You know what I mean? And that fucking clown tie doesn't help as well. All he needs is a name tag. What would his name be if he was a manager in a bowling alley wimpy burger? I think it would be Gus. Gus J. Manager, Wimpy Burger, bowling alley.
About what to do and who to say, and laughing and joking. Ladies and gentlemen, the courtroom is the place for justice, not a suitcase. The reason we have a jury system originally started with the idea that the king, the crown in England, shouldn't be able to go and incarcerate citizens on his whim. So it developed into a system where citizens would have to say, yes, you can take our fellow citizen. But the opposite is also true. A citizen cannot take another citizen's life because he or she feels like it. That, likewise,
Eugene. Anyone out there called Gus or Eugene or Dwight, listening to this just has a silent tear. We have surmised your complete existence to be the manager in a wimpy burger at a bowling alley who wears a yellow shirt with a brown suit and a cartoon tie. Any Gus, Dwight, Eugene, or Byron out there, we're sorry.
requires a jury to decide that it was objectively reasonable for a person of ordinary prudence and caution. Like Mr. Cacciatore argued earlier, battered spouse syndrome is not a license to kill. Past grievances, even being stabbed in the leg, so on and so forth, do not give her the license to kill. There are still laws in place about when and how this can be done in a justifiable manner. I want to talk about the most important jury instruction in this case that has not been discussed very well or thoroughly. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself. And we'll stop at that comment. The facts of the case that came from her own mouth, if she is to be believed, and we will explore thoroughly why you should disregard every bit of her testimony, from court to the detectives, to the 911 operator, to the doctors. Her testimony, if it is to be believed, the most favorable light that she has presented of herself, is that at the end of a Sunday fun day, where we are drinking, we're outside by the dartboard, we're doing puzzles, we're doing arts and crafts, and there finally comes a point in time where we're going to play hide and seek. And he says, tag, you're it. Even though she's it, she goes upstairs, hides in the shower, eventually gets tired of being there, it's cold, so on and so forth, and she comes back downstairs. And as she comes back downstairs, she can see Mr. Torres fiddling to place himself inside the suitcase to try and hide for this game. And the lid is not closed and it's flapping. And out of jest, out of levity, undisputed according to her testimony, she comes over there and zips it shut. Whether it's 100% or enough for 2 fingers to get out, that is something that you decide as the jury. But there came a point in time where the fun and games was over. And Mr. Torres told her that. Babe, I can't breathe. Sarah, babe, let me out. This is all on video. We don't have to imagine this. This is all on video. 1062. At that point in time, she is using force against him that is not justified. She is the initial provocateur. She is the aggressor under the law. And what level of force is it? I can't breathe. Not let go of my hand, not get your hands off me. I can't breathe. This is no different than two people, maybe they're buddies at the bar, similar to an example that was given by Mr. Owen, who are wrestling, and one has another one in a headlock. And there comes a point in time where the person on the receiving end of the headlock says, that's enough, I'm tapping. George Torres was tapping, and she ignored it. And she was kind enough to tell you why. Out of anger, which translates to hatred, ill will, spite, just like that in jury instruction for second-degree murder. She told you exactly why. She got angry. Him saying, I can't breathe, babe, was what triggered her. Not a fear of imminent harm. Those are her own words. That is the law. These are the two paragraphs that solve this equation without getting up on a big whiteboard in college that's 30 feet long, 15 feet high, and a ladder, and somebody's scribbling Latin words and Greek letters for months and months to solve this huge, complicated equation. The equation is solved in two paragraphs. She is the initial aggressor. He is saying, I can't breathe. It is no different than a naked chokehold that she does not let go of. And she told you it's because I want him to listen to me. This is my bully pulpit. This is how he made me feel in the past. She doesn't describe it as teaching him a lesson, but that's exactly what she says. I want him to feel like I felt in the past. I want to tell him things. Ladies and gentlemen, we can play semantical games, but that is teaching him a lesson. Therefore, we have to look at the other two paragraphs. Because right now, plain as day, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threat and use of force against herself. And what force are we talking about? Well, the threat of force that she tells you she was facing was him fighting for survival. Him sticking his fingers out of the suitcase. Him sticking his hand out. That is the threat of force, coupled with, I'm going to end you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she is the initial provocateur. She is the one using deadly force against him. If I have somebody in a rear naked chokehold, they are entitled to use.
KLK wants to know why the choice of tie today. I think it was a present from his wife, and she's been looking forward to him wearing it, but has noticed he hasn't worn it all week. And, she was like, so it's the last day today. You're going to do your big rebuttal, yeah? So are you going to wear the tie, for good luck? Because I got it for you? And he's looking at her going, you can't be serious. But he just senses the disappointment in her glare, right? She's like, so you going to wear the one I got for you, yeah? You've been saving it for your special day? Yeah? You're going to put it on? Do you want me to help you put it on? Here. And he's just like, okay, fine. I'll wear the fucking thing once, and then it's being burnt.
Use deadly force against me to break that chokehold, at least until we're separated. He had every right to say what he said. He had every right to exist and stick his hand out and try and survive to breathe another day. However, the use of force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used the force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself, unless she does one of two things. And she did neither. Not even close. The threat of force asserted towards the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. All right, let's give her absolutely every benefit of the doubt, which you should. This is a criminal prosecution. The state of Florida has alleged she committed murder. You need to do everything you can to look for reasonable doubt. But a reasonable doubt is not an imaginary doubt, a forced doubt, speculative doubt. So accepting that all their past history, accepting the doctor's testimony, and the limitations on what they reviewed compared to what we reviewed. We did a much more thorough review of the relationship than any of the doctors did in this case. So let's give her that first clause. because of their past relationship, with George now fighting for his right to exist and saying that he will end her if he gets out, we'll give her that. But just like Mr. Cacciatore mentioned earlier, lawyers, words mean things to us, and they mean things to everybody, but really to us. Or an and. There's an and. Had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on George Torres. She did not use every...
That's a good one, isn't it? What is the wording?
Escape the danger, had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on George Torres.
Let's see you get out of that one defense. That's the requirement. She has to have exhausted every, whatever it was, possible option to escape the danger other than using lethal force. Well, she could have just left the house and called the cops, you know. She went to bed. That's the law, man. God. When it's summarized like that, there's no way that she's getting out of that one.
She did not use every reasonable means to escape the danger that now, after provoking him, that he was presenting to her, according to her. She didn't pick up her cell phone and start walking, call 911. She didn't do anything other than, if you believe that is why she called Brian Boone, made a phone call to Brian Boone, and unfortunately, because of past history, he just ignored her drunken phone call. She did not exhaust every reasonable means to escape this danger that she created. She started it. She created this. Other than using the deadly force on George Torres. Now, this is a weird situation. This is not a rear naked chokehold. This is a suitcase, or as Mr. Cacciatore said, a box, or actually more aptly described it as a coffin. And when you secure somebody into a box or a coffin, you can still exert that deadly force on them from a distance. I'll give you a quick example from a couple of movies that I love. In 1977 in May, a movie came out, it's called Star Wars. They eventually called it Episode 4. In the first scene, there is this large imposing figure that wears black armor. He is a government agent, and he is looking for some stolen classified documents.
Goddamn mute button. I said, see you later, DBs, and thank you very much for the coffees. That's most appreciated. Have a good night.
Picks a man up who he believes is responsible for this treachery and breaks his neck and chokes him to death when he doesn't tell him where the plans are. We all understand that. That is direct force we all understand. But what we need to understand is the force she's exerting from the couch. And then when she goes up to bed, she is still exerting that force on him. She set these implementations into motion and did not stop. So later in this movie that came out in 1977, another co-employee of this dark, imposing figure, Vader, insults his religion. He does not go to HR. He takes matters into his own hands and chokes this person from a distance. Ironically, while we're talking about force, it's the force. And then in the subsequent movie,
What is he talking about? I mean, I've never seen Star Wars at all. I'm aware that there's the force, you know. The force is strong in this one. But why is he making this comparison? I just find it confusing. Is it because I haven't seen Star Wars? Would anyone else get this?
He's like doing it from his office. He's killing his incompetent employees on different ships. Force, deadly
He's conquering his employees on different ships. It's like, what? What is going on, Mr. J?
Force can be exerted from a distance in this situation. So whether she's on the couch or whether she turns in for bed, she is still using that deadly force on him. She has not exhausted every reasonable means to escape this danger. Do something. You started this. You put him in the position where he cannot breathe. She's required by law to do something about it. Not something, everything. There was no efforts in this case. None. Or, in good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with George Torres and clearly indicated to George Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But George Torres continued or resumed the threatened use of force. That did not happen. She never withdrew from physical contact. She is still, like Vader, choking him from the couch, choking him from bed. She never withdrew that force. Physical contact.
So Sarah Boone is Darth Vader now. She's been a war hero, and now is the Prince of Darkness. Is that a Darth Vader reference? I don't know.
Includes any restraint on George Torres' movement. She never indicated that she wanted to withdraw. Sarah, babe, I can't breathe. All right, if I let you out, are you going to come out peacefully? Since I started this, I'm the one that made.
Yeah, thanks, Ben Aaron, for pointing that out. I mean, I got that. Yeah, I got that. I just don't understand why the Darth Vader strangling people with magic is necessary to explain the actions or inactions of Sarah. You know, I don't think it aided the picture painting that Mr. J is doing in this very important delivery. I mean, he pulls it off, and he does good. This is a good rebuttal, but you know, the whole Star Wars thing, it seemed to take up too much of a chunk of his time with the jury here. And maybe the jury are like nodding along, going, "Oh yeah, Star Wars, that bit where Darth Vader does that thing. Yeah, okay." You know, maybe that's why, and he's just sticking with it. Maybe if they were like, "What, Star Wars?" looking at each other like silently blinking, like, "What is this guy on?" He would have turned corners. You know, we don't know. I'd love to be able to see the jury, huh?
Did you not be able to breathe? That didn't happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, this entire analysis about deadly force starts and ends there. She was the provocateur. These are her obligations when she starts it. She put him in fear of death. He is literally telling her, "I cannot breathe." A couple other things about the law. Second-degree murder does not require a proof of intent to kill. Argument was made repeatedly that she didn't intend to kill him. That has never been the state's suggestion. Because why would we suggest we prove something that we don't have to? It's not her subjective belief. Well, Sarah Boone doesn't believe that this suitcase can kill him, even though he's repeatedly said, "I can't breathe." It's a person of ordinary judgment who would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. A person of ordinary judgment who hears, "I can't breathe, babe, Sarah," and his voice gets weaker 9 minutes later, you're on notice. This is statutory notice. Done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Her words speak for herself. This was not out of fear. This was out of hatred and anger. Born out of all those horrible things that has been done to her and done to him. Understand it. We're not going to belabor the past. Is of such nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. I don't care that you're saying you can't breathe. Fuck you. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Fuck you. It's second-degree murder. We do not have to prove the intent to kill. We have to. She intended the act. She intended the act of zipping him shut. She continued to intend that act when he said, "I can't breathe." That act resulted in his death. That's a manslaughter, but then when you add in the hatred, ill will, spite, and the depraved mind, that's what makes it second-degree murder. And that 2-minute video is the textbook definition of depraved mind as we define it here in Florida. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense. You cannot feel sorry for her because they had 2 1.5-liter bottles of wine and then some from the leftovers from the day before. And quite frankly, she's blackout drunk. She's blackout drunk. She doesn't remember making the videos. She turns her phone over right to the deputy the next day because she doesn't know what's on it. She doesn't remember doing it. Another thing that we just haven't talked about much is her story. She can't be up in the shower hiding and taking a picture at 11:03 p.m., 9 minutes before the video. That portion of her story just doesn't add up. And what it shows is it's more like 20 minutes instead of 11 or 12 minutes that we know he's trapped in what turns out to be his coffin. Let's talk about her testimony at trial. And we'll talk about all the problems. A lot of her issues predated her relationship with Mr. Torres. So it's not attributable to the trauma from Mr. Torres with all the luggage she brought into the relationship. And listen to the way she talks. It's not splitting the bills. It's helping without argument. It's not cleaning up and doing Sunday chores. It's cleaning up so we can relax. It's a reward. She talks about him like he's a child. I need to lead him to the next activity from one to the other. And then you saw the videos, and I'm not going to belabor it, that we showed in rebuttal, but the relationship and the power dynamics speak for itself. He was treated like the third dog. And it might very well have been a dog that bit and was violent, but he was treated like a dog. Why are you leaning against my door? Get out of here. Go downstairs. You're worthless. You're garbage. They showed the part of the video where he slaps the phone, but that's after 5 or 6 minutes of being berated and dehumanized in a way that nobody should be treated. He just wanted to get in bed and lay down next to his fiance. Instead, get away from the side of my door, you useless dog. I thought it might be a good point in time to listen to the music. You know, when does Mr. Torres get to decide what to do? I mean, she paints this picture that he goes off and does all these things on his own, goes and buys wine when he's not supposed to, does all these things when he's not supposed to, but when does he get to do what he wants? Suitcase downstairs for a week so they can donate it.
Shit. God damn that mute button. I said, what did I say? I said, get away from the side of my door, you useless dog, is going on a t-shirt and a coffee cup. Okay? I think it's going to be a hit. Get away from the side of my door, you useless dog.
What was in their lives that was preventing them from getting that suitcase to Goodwill or whatever? Neither one of them worked. What's going on? Lucas is over there on Mondays and Tuesdays. The story about the suitcase having already been down there is quite suspect, and we will get into that more. But again, it's not we went on a trip together, we had a great time. It's I, quote unquote, I recently took him on a trip.
I like how he picks up on little things like that. I recently took him on a trip. You know, it's true. When you want to talk about the totality of circumstances, build all of that shit up. You know, see who's the controlling fucker, bully in this relationship. It's her. It's 100% her.
Then it comes down to the moment of truth, which we've already gone over. And it's just quite frankly inconsistent because she doesn't, there's no explanation for the picture. Her explanation at trial when I brought it up to her was, I just don't remember. I don't remember this period in time from the picture at 11:03 to when I was supposed to be coming down the stairs. There's a major glitch in her matrix.
What the fuck? He just said it. Glitch in the matrix. You see, I thought you were talking about the goddamn mute button, KLK. I read glitch in the matrix, and I thought, what is she on about? What is she talking about? And then I thought, I'm on mute. So I unmuted, but now he just said it.
She shakes the suitcase. Please stop doing this to me. And then his hand gets out. Now she's the point in time where she gets angry and doesn't do what the law requires after.
Holy shit. I love it when stuff like that happens. Hey, that means that we're all on a good frequency, man. KLK said glitch in the metrics randomly, talking about me being on the mute button, and then he just said it. That is amazing. Oh. Hey, that's good, man. That means we're vibing with the universe or the Matrix.
Basically choking him with his coffin. Beats him into submission with the bat and turns it back over. For the first time ever at trial, she says, I'm going to fucking end you, is what he said. She never told that to even her doctors. We've heard the arguments why she didn't tell the truth to the police and all that. And there's a lot of truth into the argument that was made. There's a lot of truth.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to show you guys something real quick. It's this beautiful picture right here. You see that? You see that? Oh no, we need to hide the message. Yeah, look at that picture right there. See what that is? That's a coffee cup. And you can buy us a coffee cup right now. You could just go to buymeacoffee.com, support the channel, help us grow, help us move. We're glitching with the Matrix, man. We just did an insane thing from the universe. It's a message. It's a message saying, buy us a coffee right now. Buy us 2 coffees right now. 16 coffees right now. Fantastic stuff. I love that stuff, KOK, about the Metrix. Metrix. Maybe that should be a t-shirt. Glitch in the Metrix. Now that Mr. J has said that, I think his tie is a glitch in the Metrix. You know, a brown suit with a yellow shirt. What do we call him? An employee, a manager at the Wimpy Burger. And not a real Wimpy Burger, like with its own store and everything, but the one that you have in the corner of a bowling alley. We've called him Eugene, and he is the manager of a Wimpy Burger in a bowling alley.
When the argument is made that she didn't understand self-defense, what that means, what it comes across as, she makes the story change as she learns about it. When we apply the jury instructions to her statement, all 6 of them apply against her. Won't belabor this since it was discussed earlier. But did the witness have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Even at trial, she admitted that she was intoxicated for the first time. She went back and forth with the police about whether or not she was intoxicated and her standard of drunkenness and whatnot, but she was so intoxicated that she still felt the effects of it at 1 p.m. the following day. The medical examiner told you that alcohol dissipates in the average person. Everybody's different. Tolerance, all sorts of things come into play. But on average, 0.015 grams per deciliter will dissipate every hour. So you can do the math. 0.015 times 14 puts her at 2.5 times the legal limit. For those reasons alone, you should not believe anything she told you. You should not believe anything she told the police. You should not believe anything she told the doctor. In her memory that's unexplained. She still felt the effects of it at 1 p.m. the following day. The medical examiner told you that alcohol dissipates in the average person. Everybody's different. Tolerance, all sorts of things come into play. But on average, 0.015 grams per deciliter will dissipate every hour. So you can do the math. 0.015 times 14 puts her at 2.5 times the legal limit. For those reasons alone, you should not believe anything she told you. You should not believe anything she told the police. You should not believe anything she told the doctors. She was at 2.5 times the legal limit. She has a gap in her memory that's unexplained when I brought up the photograph at 11:03. You can't have it both ways. I don't remember 11:03 to 11:12, but I was upstairs in the shower hiding. Does the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Well, this ties into what we're talking about. But again, there's a glitch in the matrix, 11:03 to 11:12. Her memory is not accurate. By her own admission, I don't remember. She tells the police when they show her the video, I don't remember that happening.
Metrix glitch bitches. Ooh, I like that. Right in shotgun. Somebody's getting the freebie. Metrix glitch bitches. We'll do something with that.
Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I submit when we got off script, and by we, I mean both, with both attorneys.
No, the two, I was just shaking this hot sauce. You see, I had loads of different hot sauces that were all nearly done, and I put them all into one bottle. And I'm going to see how that is tomorrow. I added a little chili powder too. Just shaking it up real good.
She wasn't as honest and straightforward as when it was a very directed and smooth examination. I came out of the gate with something that was off script. Tell me about Pamela Erickson. Tell me about Christine. Tell me about Crystal. Because she's the one that said cheating to her meant pornography. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, she knew exactly who those people were, and that she believed that he was cheating on them with her. And apparently she is too, with some guy named Ben. That when I describe this as a violent, nonsensical relationship, that's exactly what it is. It's not to downplay the violence. She got stabbed. She had minor surgery. It got infected. Those injuries are real. But they just don't apply in this case. They just don't apply when you...
Nice one, Mr. J. Those injuries are real, but they just don't matter.
That self-defense instruction when she's the aggressor, if it's to be believed.
I get it. Approach.
Little nervous now, Sarah, huh? What happened to all your note-taking? You should be taking notes. I don't think the jury eat well in Orange County at all. The best county in Florida for jury food is Hillsborough County. Man, if Judge Christopher Sabella is on your trial in Hillsborough County, you are gonna eat like a king, just like a king. You know, I mean, man, they got everything. They got everything. And they were there on National Cuban Sandwich Day, right? For the Trevor Summers trial. And it all got laid on for them. Free food every day. They had a list of restaurants, delivery, coupons, whatever. Just the whole thing.
Let me say it loud and clear. Battered spouse syndrome does not have any
Anyone in the chat from Hillsborough County, Florida?
effect on this case. It has no relationship to this case because she is the aggressor. She zipped him shut in the suitcase after he said, I couldn't breathe, she wouldn't let him out. Therefore, all the instructions above that paragraph of however do not apply. They do not apply. Now, turning back to what I was saying, did the witness have some interest in how the case would be decided? Well, of course. 3 out of 4 panels that y'all came from indicated to the judge fear of punishment was more important than the fear of public speaking. It speaks for itself. She has an interest in the outcome of the case. Now let's talk about, does her testimony agree with the other evidence in the case? You do not have to accept this story. Let's pretend, as you should, because all 6 of these things, we haven't even gotten to the inconsistent statements. Let's pretend her testimony doesn't exist, and you just have to look at the circumstances. The testimony from the defendant is George Torres' head is here. You can stand if you need. You've been sitting a long time too. His head is here. His butt is kind of down here. His feet are here. And his hands and his knees are up here. He's in the fetal position, if we remember right. The hematoma on his head is on the left side. The bruises, the deep bruises on his back are on his left side. You hear that? That's solid. You don't have to accept that she put those marks on him when he was in there. The evidence doesn't support it. You can conclude she used his bat when he was outside the suitcase. You don't have to believe her when she said they were playing hide and seek. You don't have to believe her because she doesn't know the rules. She came downstairs, saw what she had done, and had all the opportunity in the world to clean up whatever mess may have been at the bottom of the stairs. But ladies and gentlemen, physics doesn't lie. She can't expect you to believe her testimony about the loud boom being the day before compared to her 2 neighbors who weren't drinking, who have no interest in the outcome of the case, who suffer from none of the infirmities of her testimony.
Maria, how you doing?
She suffers from all 6 infirmities. When her neighbors say there was a loud boom that night, there was a loud boom that night. Did it shake the wall?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a loud boom that night, and it was George flying down this flight of stairs. You know, I don't know how she expected to convince the jury that 2 independent witnesses that share a wall with their apartment both got the night wrong on a really important incident. You know, they both misremembered and go, oh yeah, it was the night before. It's just ridiculous that she would reach for that.
They shared in common? It shook the wall that they shared in common. Did she have any injuries consistent with being dragged up and down the stairs the night before? No. You saw the pictures the CSI took. You don't have to accept her story about hide and seek. Something made that loud boom. It takes energy to make a loud boom. Energy that could very well be in the form of somebody going down some of the stairs, all the stairs, in the suitcase, out of the suitcase. But that's what the evidence supports, is there was a loud boom that shook the walls and interrupted a FaceTime conversation that was so loud that the girlfriend on the other end heard it. Something loud happened. And then there was silence, according to the witnesses. And they can argue that Juan Torres' testimony was great for them. It's great for the state. She was screaming at him already at 7:30 p.m. She was already on her bully pulpit. And we know she doesn't need to put him into the coffin to get on her bully pulpit. There's video after video of her on her bully pulpit telling him how it's going to be, how you're going to live.
Yeah. No, I was so abused that I had to lock him in a suitcase so I had a captive audience so I could tell him exactly how I felt about all the abuse he had put me under. Well, what about this video where you're shouting at him and calling him a useless, worthless dog that stinks while he's sitting on the floor doing nothing, telling him you don't love him and you don't like him and that he's moving out? I mean, where was the need for him to be restrained then, Sarah?
Your life. Go take a walk. Do this. Do that. You don't have to accept anything she said. It's inconsistent that he received the hematoma to his head, his bloody mouth. How is his mouth getting bloodied inside the suitcase? That's protected from her and her bat. But that suitcase, 100-pound drunk woman is not.
No, Maria. Wendy is not even a human being. Sarah's a human being. She's just a fuckhead. And, you know, there's thousands of Sarahs in Orlando right now. You know, there's only one Wendy Adelson in the whole fucking country. Or the whole Western culture, I should say, of planet Earth, right? Amber, also, just a fuckhead. Nasty piece of work, yeah. But just a fuckhead. Wendy's different level.
Beating through the wood of that suitcase or whatever it is that's making that noise when it's thumped. Ladies and gentlemen, those injuries happen outside of the suitcase. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody or something went down those stairs. She has no injuries consistent with going down the stairs. He does. He has blunt force trauma all over him. You don't have to buy her story, and you shouldn't. The inconsistencies, I'm not going to belabor it. Your dinner is waiting in back.
Your dinner is waiting in back? Was that an intended sentence? Your dinner is waiting in back. What? that can't be normal. Or is that just one of those strange Americanisms that I don't know? And I know more than most. Your dinner is waiting in back.
Briefly talk about the experts, and we'll move on to the end. Dr. Brandon was absolutely fantastic. He explained everything that you all needed to know about battered spouse syndrome. And this isn't about whether one of them or both of them had battered spouse, because at the end of the day, she's the initial aggressor, and she had the duty to do the things that the law requires. But it does call into question the credibility of the past power dynamics of their relationship. Those videos speak for themselves. The officer in the last video asks him, dude, you're a guy. Why don't you do something about this woman, your wifey, who you don't want to rat on for beating you? It's like, man, I'm not a beefcake. I'm not going to rat her out. There's countless examples if you.
I'm not a beefcake. Again, I'm not exactly sure what that means. I'm not a beefcake.
By Dr. Brandon's testimony to Juan Torres, that really shows you the power dynamics of the relationship. He was her violent pet. Dr. Harper, I don't find much quarrel with what she says about battered spouse syndrome, and nobody should.
Yeah,
she's the
Destined Nation. I've been comparing Sarah all night to one of these psycho fucking killer abusive sadistic parents. You know, there's a whole list that we could go into. The one that's come straight to mind is Shanda Vander Ark, who was rubbing the 15 million Scoville scale Carolina Reaper hot sauce on her son's balls and starving him to death. Yeah, okay. And screaming at him for, like, you know, trying to get into the fridge that had a chain and padlock wrapped around it with every cheese slice accounted for. He tried to sneak another cheese slice. That's it. We're getting another bottle of hot sauce that we have to order online because it's not available for purchase in a general supermarket because it's too damn hot. Comes with a special warning. She's like, yes. And when the cops asked her about it, so what are all these purchases online for this hot sauce? She goes, oh, well, he likes hot sauce. He loves bread and hot sauce.
But
and that's the other things that she would do. She wouldn't just rub hot sauce on his balls. He would, you know, the little bit of food that she gave him, so that to try and prevent him starving to death, which didn't work because that's how he died. She said, okay, yeah, give him one slice of bread soaked in that fucking 15 million Scoville scale Carolina Reaper hot sauce. That's what he gets to eat. And man, even if you took a bite of that with a stomach full of white rice, you know, to coat the lining of your stomach, it would be painful. And not a lot of people could even swallow it. It's seriously, it's one below pepper spray, like what the cops have, CS gas. That's how fucking hot it is. It's like literally drinking pepper spray. Okay? What the fuck? So can you imagine that anyway, like even on a full stomach? But if you've got nothing in your stomach and it's just the lining, it would be burning a hole in your stomach from the inside. What a sick fuck does that? Sarah's very much like this kind of, especially how she treated George, always control, always deciding what he was going to do. Oh, I took him on a trip. Oh, you know, you just did the painting, but you look like you need a break, so we're going in now. Just go for a walk. You know, fuck me. So I've forgotten what point I was making. It was Destined Nation who said, oh, Letitia. Yeah. So there you go. Another one. Crazy stepmom parent.
she's not Miss Boone's treating physician. She's not her treating psychologist. The way it was described in argument, and I believe from Dr. Brandon's testimony, was she's supposed to be a forensic detective. Get to the bottom of this. She's going to come in here at trial and tell you her opinion you should rely upon. With 9 visits, she never asked the defendant what it is the victim said that put you in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm. That's the crux of the matter.
Not picky at all, Angie. We've been talking about it all night. This tie, this goddamn tie. What is that? That's what you wore to close?
Her doc, you're never going to ask her what it is he said or did for this grand jury instruction about threat of force or use of force? It's remarkable. And you know, she didn't review everything that was presented to you. At the end of the day, it's your opinion that matters about this relationship. And again, we agree with Dr. Werner. It doesn't matter. She had the duty to retreat. She had the duty to take the chokehold off. And if it was too dangerous for her to directly take the chokehold off, she had the duty to do something.
Yeah, agreed, Vivian. It's tough stuff, isn't it? Horrible stuff.
Something else, everything in her power to stop him from dying, because she started it. She set it in motion. She used the force grip on him from a distance, the couch and from bed.
He's still doing this Darth Vader thing. Like, she's Darth Vader in bed with the force grip.
It was her obligation to stop, but she didn't. But Dr. Warner, she was called by the state of Florida after having evaluated and listened to the defendant give a similar.
Patricia Burns. Yeah. I don't think it's the best closing I've ever seen by a long stretch, but it's good. It ticks every box that needs to be ticked, and I think it seems even better because both Mr. J and Mr. Chicken have left something to be desired during the main body of the trial. Yeah, it's very good. Very good. But I still think he should wear a different tie.
Our story and concluded battered spouse doesn't apply. So she was never asked to delve any deeper into it. Given the information that she did have, the limited information, she agrees. Yes, Ms. Boone has battered spouse syndrome, but it doesn't apply to the case because she was the aggressor and she did not fulfill her obligations. And really just your gut common sense. Go back to jury selection. In jury selection, there was examples about bullies day after day doing something to somebody. And somebody raised their hand and said, don't they have to do something that day? Don't they have to do something that day? And he didn't. After he was put in fear of death and told her he can't breathe, the imminent threat of great bodily harm and death she is describing to you is him fighting for his life to escape. She did not fulfill her obligations. There's
Thanks, Amy. Good night.
details that matter. And again, it's not to belabor it. I mean, the evidence in the body-worn camera and the 911 calls, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter of as who stated what. Who knows what happened between these two? You see them with the police. Can't believe anything they're saying. It's not offered to prove that she's a bad person. It's not offered to prove that Mr. Torres is a bad person. It's simply offered to call in question the reliability and credibility of what she said about the past. That's all that it's there for. But there are some nuggets and some Easter eggs. There was an argument made during closings that Mr. Torres knows not to do anything when being videotaped. Bizarrely, shortly thereafter, they showed a very edited clip of him attacking her and slapping the phone out of her hand. He knows he was being videotaped, and there was another video like it too. So to make the argument that he doesn't do anything, he's a good boy when he's being videotaped, it's belied by their own argument. They showed one of the videos. Learned helplessness. She seemed to control everything. I mean, his birth certificate, it gets torn up when he doesn't comply with her wishes. And you'll see the rest of the text messages if you choose to delve into them. But I would suggest you don't have to, given the jury instruction about aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long 2 weeks, and you are making a very, very important decision for Ms. Boone, and a very, very important decision for Mr. Torres and the state of Florida and his family. He's dead. She killed him. It was not justified under our law. She does not get to decide that she has a license to kill because of her past grievances. The law requires her to stop using the force that she started applying to him. And she didn't. She didn't withdraw. She didn't tell him he was withdrawing. She didn't use every means available to try and stop this from happening. She didn't. And you know what was in her heart. She tells you it's hatred, ill will, spite, and venom. This is not a self-defense case under the law. Go back and follow the law. You cannot feel sorry for her. You cannot feel sorry for him. You cannot feel angry at her. You cannot feel angry at him. It's maddening to see their relationship. It is maddening. Nobody would want this life for yourselves or your children. It is violent nonsense, but it does not affect what she did and what her duties were under the law that night. She wanted to punish him. She did, and then she left him there. And she had an obligation, if you even believe her story about the imminent threat for him fighting for his life, she had an obligation to do something about it and not just go upstairs and let him suffocate. Thank you.
Thank you both. Members of the jury, I have some additional instructions to read to you. You would be so kind to turn to page 21 of 22. Instruction 3.12, verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven, beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then, of course, your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged.
Yeah, Patricia, maybe it should be a jury instruction that the judge gives to them before they start deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are not to be moved, swayed, or influenced if you hate the prosecutor's tie. That should have no bearing on how you apply the law to this case. I think it's important. If it's not an instruction, how do we know that the jury are, going to take it seriously?
The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. If you're looking for it, you don't have it. I do. That's why we only have one. The verdict form reads, in the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County, Florida, case number 48-
Always need coffees, Angie. Yes, yes. We're just about to play the verdict, and then we're signing off. It's been a long old stream tonight, 5 hours, guys. And plus, the clocks have gone back. Is that right? Spring forward, fall back. Yeah. The clocks have gone back, so it's even later than the clock says at the moment. Can you imagine?
2020-CF-002603-O, State of Florida plaintiff versus Sarah Boone defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of culpable negligence. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this blank day of blank, 2024, signed.
On this blank day of blank. You couldn't fill that in.
Person. The final instruction, members of the jury, page 22. Instruction 3.13, submitting case to jury. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on.
Hey, Clarissa, how you doing? What's this? You can't believe... Oh, sorry. I thought you said you stayed with that atrocious, nasty, abusive wench. Like, stayed over at our house or something. But no, you're talking about George. I get you. And welcome, Clarissa.
In an organized way, and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign.
Okay, that's it for the jury instructions. But now we're skipping. It was just 60 minutes in deliberations, apparently. Can you imagine? And here we go. Last call for coffees, guys, as well. Oh, where's our sign? Our wonderful sign. Check out our fantastic sign. Move this comment. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Buymeacoffee.com. What is it? It's a great way to support the channel. Buyusacoffee.com. It's $5.15. Can you imagine? Oh, yes. But now we're going to check out. Link in the description, guys, if anyone wants to last minute support the channel. And we are going to check out this verdict. It didn't take them long to come back, huh?
Everybody understand that? I see everybody nodding their heads. Okay. All right, State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jury. Everyone will remain seated.
Why do they not stand for the jury when they're coming in now? Yeah, riding shotgun. 60 minutes, and that was including a meal as well. So that was like literally we're going to eat and then we're going to fill out the forms. It's just enough time to do it.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, members of the jury, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good evening. I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Yes.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please.
Hey, thanks so much, Big Bad Benny. I take it that's you, Ange. Thanks so much, Angie, for the coffee. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful, great way to support the channel and to support justice for Jorge George Torres.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, if you could please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit and in Orange County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the full person.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct?
Oh man, I missed it. I was reading something.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, members of the jury, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good evening. I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Yes.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, if you could please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit and in Orange County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the full person.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, it is. Juror seat number 3, is this your true and
Yes, it
correct
is.
verdict? Juror seat number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
God, I bet Sarah would kill for a vodka and Coke right now, huh?
Members of our jury, again, I want to thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your attention in this matter. I know that we spent almost 2 weeks together, and it was not taken lightly, and I really appreciate the time and the effort and the sacrifice that you put into this case. I want to advise you now of your final instruction. Members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and your consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for
many centuries. Well, 2.
consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak to anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, members of the jury, again, I thank you for your service. I'm going to ask you to return to the deliberation room. I'll be back there shortly with your jury certificates, and thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, Vivian. The judge will give her the max. I mean, what possible reason could there be for any leniency whatsoever? She's showed zero remorse. She's insisted on a trial, putting the family through more grief. She's caused a load of cost to the state to put the trial on, not to mention all of the unusual costly exercises with all the attorneys and the trips from the jail and the hearings and blah, 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 blah. The judge is going to throw the book at her. Maximum possible sentence.
Ms. Boone, the jury has spoken in this matter and has found you guilty of murder in the second degree. The court adjudicates you guilty of murder in the second degree. As this is your first felony conviction, you are entitled to a pre-sentencing investigation by the Department of Corrections. Mr. Owens, are you seeking that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. State, I will order the Department of Corrections to prepare the pre-sentencing investigation. State, for the purposes of sentencing, do you anticipate eliciting any testimony from, be it the victim's family?
2 or 3 victim impact statements, sir.
Okay. Mr. Owens, do you plan on presenting any evidence during the course of the sentencing hearing, sir?
Probably some testimony from Dr. Harper.
Okay. All right. How long do you think, State, that you would need?
You mean timing wise, or are we thinking?
A quantum of time, sir. Yeah, well, normally it takes about 30 days or so. I'm confirming with Anita as to availability. I just want to know from your side of the ledger, how much time? Okay, 15 minutes. How much time do you think you're going to need to produce anything from your side of the ledger, sir? Mr. Owens.
I'd say 30 minutes,
Okay.
30 to 45.
So if we set this for an hour, that would be sufficient.
Parties agree.
Okay.
State agrees.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay, all right, give me a moment. Ms. Barrios is checking. Just give us a moment.
Yeah, apparently the first jury trial since the Constitution was 1787. So that would be 237 years ago.
We can set this matter for 1:30 in the afternoon for sentencing on December 2. State, is that acceptable? It's a Monday.
I just assume, but I'll make it work.
I can move it to later if necessary.
I'm co-counsel on it.
Okay. Defense. Yes, sir.
That's Monday, December 2 at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
I can be here.
Ma'am, you've been adjudicated guilty. I now remand you into the custody of the Orange County Jail pending sentencing on December 2 at 1:30. State, anything else we need to address?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right. Thank you very
Hey,
much.
December's getting booked up already, huh? We got Boone sentencing on December 2, followed by Donna Adelson pretrial hearing at December 10th.
We're off the record.
Are we going to see her get cuffed up one more time? Enjoy those street clothes, Sarah. It's probably the last time you're ever going to wear them. Oh, Angie, we've got a full catalog of cases to get through. Full catalog. I can't tell you right now because it's like 5:30 in the morning. Hey, what time is it in the States? I think for a very brief period now, we are only 4 hours apart because I've already had daylight saving time. And you guys should be just about to have it, or maybe you've already had it. I don't know. But there we go. That is case closed. Sarah Boone, guilty of second-degree murder. She's going to have the pre-sentence investigation. I mean, I don't know what the hell that's going to say. You know, do we get a copy of that? I want to know what they say in the pre-sentence. She's crazy. She's an alkie. Yeah, so we won't be seeing Boone until just over a month and 6 days. Wow, December's going to be here quick, guys. We've got a full month of November to find something to do. But don't worry, we're going to have a look at our list and we're going to work through some cases together as one, forever, in peace, on the True Crime Metrix channel. Thank you so much to all our supporters this evening, folks, and all you crazy kids in the comments. Fantastic comments. Yeah. Feel free. We will say goodnight. We'll say goodnight right now. Okay, man, I'm tired. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. I'm going to bed. Okay, see you all later, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Mwah. We love you. True Crime Metrix out.